223. Of the role of the masses and the individual in history are connected with subjectivism and a metaphysical approach to reflecting social life, with selecting and absolutizing one or another element of social reality and with a non-historical analysis of social phenomena. In the Holy Family, Marx and Engels wrote that theories which reject the role of the masses in history and which play up the cult of chosen personalities are merely a speculative result of the teaching of the juxtaposition of spirit and matter. They are the inevitable outcome of the idealist solution of the fundamental question of philosophy. The idealist interpretation of history mirrors only superficial phenomena but does not delve into the essence of the historical process. The idealists see that people endowed with intellect and will who set themselves to finite aims and struggle for their realization are active in society, but beyond the activity of individuals, i.e., beyond the form in which historical laws manifest themselves, they fail to discern the essence of these laws. The only way to avoid this error is to study those material driving forces which are reflected in men's minds as actuating motives. Moreover, when scientifically analyzing these motives, it is not a question so much of the motives of single individuals, however eminent, as of those motives which set in motion great masses, whole peoples, and again whole classes of the people. 1. The most important social prerequisite for ignoring the decisive role of the popular masses and, at the same time, for extolling the role of single individuals in social development is the rift between mental and manual labor. In an exploiting antagonistic class society there is a profound contradiction between creative mental labor, which from the very outset became the privilege of the ruling classes, and physical labor, which is the forced obligation of the oppressed masses. Since mental labor is turning into monopoly of the ruling exploiting classes, it is viewed as the principal, determining force of historical development, while physical labor is relegated to second place. 224. With the further division of labor in society, the erroneous idea that mental labor is destined to dominate physical labor is consolidated by the class interests of the exploiters, by the very class nature of antagonistic society. Engels pointed out that the more modest productions of the working hand retreated into the background, the more so since the mind that planned the labor already at a very early stage of development of society, was able to have the labor that had been planned carried out by other hands than its own. 1. Social inequality, exploitation of man by man and the oppressed condition of the working people in antagonistic society, played the decisive role in the formation of idealist views which deny or belittle the role of the masses in history. The social meaning of the process of alienation of the means of production from the product Engels underlined, was not only that the toiling masses became impoverished, but primarily that the means of production after they had passed into the hands of a big proprietor became means for exploiting and oppressing the working people. The counterposing of single individuals and the masses, contempt for the working people and fear of their historical independence characteristic of modern bourgeois ideology, are rooted in the exploiting system itself, with its private ownership of the means of production and the resulting irreconcilable contradictions between the opposing classes. I know nothing more rare than a fit scientific estimate and reverent appreciation of the people of their measureless wealth of latent power and capacity, wrote Walt Whitman, an American poet and thinker. The problem of the role of the masses in history could be correctly solved only from the standpoint of the most progressive and revolutionary class of the modern age, the working class, which is interested in an objective, scientific solution of this problem. 2. Marxism-Leninism on the content of the concept people and the mounting role of the masses in history. To correctly assess the role of the masses in history, it is necessary to take into account the class composition of a people and the objective historical conditions in which it lives and acts. Marxism-Leninism rejects an abstract way of posing this question. The concept people should, above all, be considered from the standpoint of an analysis of the social and economic position of classes and strata in a particular system of production, from the standpoint of the doctrine of the class struggle, defining the objective place each class occupies in this struggle and the role it plays in it. The tenet that production plays the decisive role in social development means that the concept people above all else includes the toiling masses that are always the most important component of the productive forces. Thus, the slaves and the peasants formed the nucleus of the masses in slave-owning society, the serfs and urban artisans in a feudal society, and the proletariat and the peasantry in capitalist society. The classes that lead the people at different stages of revolutionary struggle are also different. Under capitalism, the leading class is the proletariat. Marxism perceived that the proletariat was not only an oppressed and exploited mass but also the most active and revolutionary force capable of countering all forms of oppression and building a new, socialist society. The chief thing in the doctrine of Marx, Lenin indicated, is that it brings out the historic role of the proletariat as the builder of socialist society. 1. Marxists divide a people into classes not in order that the advanced class, the proletariat, should lock up within itself and wage but a narrow struggle for its own class interests, but so that it should struggle with greater energy and enthusiasm for the cause of all people and lead them in this struggle without being affected by the vassal. 226. Lation and indecision of intermediate classes and strata. In using the word people, Lenin wrote, Marx did not thereby gloss over class distinctions, but united definite elements capable of bringing the revolution to compulsion. 1. People is an historical concept embracing the classes and strata, which, due to their objective position, are interested in and are capable of participating in the solution of tasks of progressive development of society at a given historical period. The main section of the masses in all socio-economic formations are the working people, who are the direct producers of material and spiritual values. In socialist society, where exploiting classes do not exist, socialist relations of production and a community of economic and political interests have become the basis of the socio-political and spiritual unity of workers, peasants, and intellectuals, i.e., of the whole of society. Thus, with the victory of socialism, the concept popular masses means the entire population. At the same time, the working class as the most progressive and organized force of socialist society fulfills its leading role with regard to other classes and strata also in the period of socialist and communist construction. To assess the role of the masses in history from concrete historical positions, it is necessary to take into account both the class composition of these masses and the objective historical conditions in which they act and which can either promote or fetter their creative activity. At all stages of history, the working masses are the principal participant and the decisive force of social development, and although they are always the makers of history, their activity depends on specific, objective historical conditions. People create history in definite historical conditions, and the success of their creativity depends not only on the vigor and decision with which they act, but above all on the extent to which these conditions are conducive to victory. It is possible to understand why the struggle of the masses against their oppressors is unsuccessful in certain historical conditions and successful in others only. On the basis of a thorough knowledge of the objective laws of economic development, Marx established that with the thoroughness of the historical action, the size of the mass whose action it is will increase. 1. This means that the deeper the social transformations in society, the more actively and concisely the masses must participate in their realization. The growing role played by the masses in the course of historical development is the result of the replacement of one socio-economic formation by another, which gradually gave the masses broader opportunities to carry on their struggle. Although the exploitation of the toiling people was not abolished but even became more intense as the mode of production evolved through its successive slave-owning, feudal and capitalist stages, the gradual personal emancipation of the working people gave them certain freedom of action, their class consciousness developed, their cultural level rose, and they acquired greater opportunities to fight for their rights against diverse forms of oppression. It is the working people that have always been and continue to be the basic social force capable of breaking down the resistance of the moribund classes that are withdrawing from the historical scene. Nothing serious, Lenin noted, was ever achieved in human progress anywhere in the world without the revolutionary activity of the working people. And, on the contrary, every defeat of the popular movements in history signified, as a rule, the onset of reaction, a deceleration of social development and even regress. Today the working people of the capitalist countries have become a force no ruling class of exploiters can afford to disregard. The existence of the world socialist system vastly influences the working people of the capitalist countries, it makes them still more revolutionary-minded, inspires them to fight against imperialism and enormously facilitates the conditions in which they are wagging this struggle. The creative activity of the masses has grown immense. 228. Selly in countries that have cast off the yoke of colonialism. Lenin pointed out that the peoples of the colonial and semi-colonial countries, which in the past could be viewed merely as objects and not as the subjects of history, have now awoke to independent life, to conscious struggle for their national and social emancipation. This has not only considerably swelled the masses that are consciously making history, but has also accelerated its development. Today the increasing participation of the masses in historical development is concretely expressed also in their influence on international relations, on the fight against aggression and militarism for the preservation and strengthening of peace. Addressing the American workers, Marx wrote in his time, "On you, then, devolves the glorious task to prove to the world that now at last the working classes are best riding the scene of history no longer as servile retainers, but the independent actors, conscious of their own residential possibility and able to command peace where their would-be masters shout war." Today the cause of peace is in the hands of the mighty socialist community which has the material means of acting on the aggressive militarist circles, it is backed by the strength of the national liberation movement and the growing number of peace-loving states, by the might of the international working class and its vanguard and by the world peace movement. That the united actions of all peoples can today postpone and even prevent another world war is a result of the fundamental social changes that have taken place in the world and which have brought about a new balance of forces in it. The results of the historical activity and the struggle of the masses depend not merely on objective conditions but on the subjective factor as well. The founders of Marxism wrote that to be able to fulfill its historic mission, that of abolishing capitalism and building socialism, the proletariat needs more than just 229 numbers, which are only one of the factors making for a successful struggle. The proletariat will come out victorious in a revolutionary struggle only provided there are other such necessary conditions as vigorous action, political consciousness, unity and organization in the activity of the working masses, and their guidance by a Marxist party equipped with a scientific knowledge of the laws of social development. Numbers, wrote Marx, weigh only in the balance, if united by combination and led by knowledge. 1. History has shown that the subjective factor, the level of the working people's class consciousness, the strength of their unity and the leadership of the masses by a revolutionary party plays a very important role in the creative activity of the masses. The level of the development of the subjective factor markedly influences the growth, or, on the contrary, the decline of the role of the masses in social development. It was the low level of class consciousness, lack of their own political party and, consequently, absence of a clear understanding of the aims and directions of struggle that turned the masses who had risen to revolutionary action in the past into, as Lenin put it, pawns in the hands of the ruling classes which used the spontaneous popular movements to their own advantage. Though a great progressive force in historical development, the masses, whenever their leadership passed into the hands of reactionary social elements, turned into an instrument of reaction and sided with the conservative forces. Therefore, the question of revolutionary leadership of the masses is extremely important. The more profound the change we wish to bring about, Lenin wrote, the more must we rouse an interest and an intelligent attitude towards it, and convince more millions and tens of millions of people that it is necessary. 2. The victory of the socialist revolution and the social changes following it constitute a qualitatively new stage in the creative role played by the masses. Compared with all preceding revolutions, a socialist revolution is the most profound and, consequently, the most popular of all social 230 transformations. It brings new life to the formerly oppressed broadest lower social strata. The fusion of the class interests of the proletariat with those of all the exploited people accounts for the unprecedented scale of the participation of the masses in a socialist revolution. As it solves previously unheard of historic tasks, the socialist revolution draws a vast majority of the population into creative participation in effectuating social changes. Moreover, the part played by the working masses in revolutionary transformations does not diminish after they had won power, but, on the contrary, consistently and steadfastly increases. Socialism, Lenin wrote, cannot be implemented by a minority, by the party. It can be implemented only by tens of millions when they have learned to do it themselves. 1. The building of a new society is the result of the constantly growing conscious activity of the working people determined by the whole system of socialist economic, political, and ideological relations. The conversion of the working people into conscious makers of a new life is an objective necessity for the successful construction of socialism and communism. The profound social significance of a socialist revolution is that it removes all objective obstacles hampering the creative activity of the masses and which for centuries had impeded the development of their consciousness and energy. Under socialism, the toiling masses for the first time in history consciously effectuate historical transformations and become the conscious builders of a new society. 3. The role of the masses in the development of material production. Recognition of the decisive role of the masses in history flows directly from the basic tenet of historical materialism that history of society rests on the development of production, while the working masses remain the chief force of the production process as they have always been. It is 231. Labor which produces the instruments of labor, food, housing, clothing, and so forth, that makes the existence of mankind, of social life possible. By their labor the masses feed and clothe all social strata and create the foundation for the advancement of science, technology, and art. Geologists have proved that imperceptible changes in the Earth's crust ultimately bring about much more significant transformations than volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. In exactly the same way, the insignificant changes in the instruments of labor introduced by millions of toilers over the centuries pave the way for great technical and social revolutions. The everyday production activity of the toiling masses promotes social development at all stages in history, and determines the destiny of mankind to a much greater extent than do the activity and will of one or another outstanding personality. Neither God, nor Tsar, nor hero, but the masses with their strong hands and inventive mind, labor experience, and work habits that are handed down from generation to generation, with their brave hearts and high moral qualities are the mainspring of historical progress. The day-to-day work of the millions not only provides society with all it needs but also creates the material basis for the successive replacement of socio-economic formations, for the promotion of social development. That society cannot function without the labor of the masses is vividly proved by the strikes of workers in modern capitalist society. Suffice it for the workers to declare a general strike and the economic life of a country is paralyzed. Work at factories, mines, transport, and electric stations comes to a standstill, newspapers do not come out and institutions and offices close. The apologists of capitalism claim that the principal creative role in production is played by financial magnates. But since organizational functions in production are now being increasingly transferred to scientists and technicians, the parasitical nature of the capitalist class has become an obvious fact. It is clear, writes Wyatt Mars, an American sociologist, that the owner himself, as such, adds nothing to the increased product. Ownership within the institution of private property accordingly provides the only opportunity in the economic organization. 232. For complete and undisguised non-usefulness. This entrenched privilege provides the most secure basis of parasitism in the modern world. 1. Elimination of this sort of parasitism creates conditions for tremendously accelerating social development. If the financial and industrial magnates were as essential to economic progress as claimed by their apologists, the abolition of the bourgeoisie would have stopped all progress. But in reality it is exactly the opposite. In countries where the bourgeois system has been abolished, where the bourgeois class no longer exists, economic development is incalculably faster than it had ever been before. Socialist reality fully overturns all the inventions of the bourgeois ideologists concerning the alleged inability of the masses to organize production and manage economy. The working masses in social formations made up of antagonistic classes are alienated from the means of production, while in a socialist society there is no gap between the producer and the means of production, and the working people are their joint owners. The toiling people began to play a new role in the development of production following the abolition of private property and the establishment of public ownership of the means of production. Under socialism, the people for the first time in history work for themselves and not for the exploiters, and therefore each person that works feels himself master of his country. Free labor stimulates the mighty creative energy of the working people. The economic foundation of the growing creative activity of the masses under socialism are the socialist production relations of friendship and cooperation which have appeared on the basis of public property. This gives birth to a new attitude to labor which is strikingly revealed in socialist emulation. In the USSR, some 30 million people are participating in the Work the Communist Way movement. Labor in a socialist society is acquiring an increasingly creative character, and the initiative of the masses acts as a powerful boost to technological progress. Today there 233 are 2 million rationalizers and inventors in the USSR. In the past 5 years, workers and engineers have filed 11 million rationalization proposals. Free labor for the good of society, for oneself, fosters in the Soviet people such admirable qualities as inventiveness, initiative, and collectivism. Gradually the natural concept of labor as an essential requirement takes shape in the minds of people. The masses in a socialist society not only work, they also manage production. The socialist system draws ever wider sections of the working people into day-to-day participation in production management. Through standing production conferences, nearly 5 million people take a hand in solving problems of developing production and economic planning in the USSR. Another new feature that appears under socialism is that the working people build their economic relations themselves. During the construction of socialism, they actively participate in setting up new, socialist production relations on the basis of the nationalization of industry, transport, and the banks, and the collectivization of agriculture. In his article The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government, Lenin wrote that in bourgeois revolutions the working people's main task had been to perform the negative, or destructive, work of abolishing feudalism and the monarchy, while the positive, or constructive work of organizing the new society was carried out by the property-owning, bourgeois minority. In every socialist revolution, on the other hand, the main task of the proletariat and of the poor peasants which it leads, is the positive or constructive work of setting up an extremely intricate and delicate system of new organizational relationships extending to the planned production and distribution of the goods required for the existence of tens of millions of people. 1. Economic planning under socialism is a vivid example of the harmonious combination of the activity of government organs with the broad initiative of the masses. The economic plan concretely mirrors the actual social and economic potentialities of the development of Soviet society at a given 234 stage in history. These potentialities are sought for and taken into account both at the top, by party and government organizations on a nationwide scale, and at the bottom, by the working people who study the possibilities and the reserves of each region, district, and enterprise. On the basis of thorough analysis of economic potentialities and prospects, the working people and their local organizations produce their recommendations which, after being studied and coordinated, go to form the basis of a single national plan. Thus, economic plans in socialist countries in a concentrated form embody the collective intellect and experience of the working people, and take into account the will of the whole people. Under socialism, the activity of the masses is based on new relations of production, comradely cooperation and socialist mutual assistance, which provide full scope for the development of the productive forces, and in the first place of the main productive force, the working masses themselves, their creative energy and ability. The expense of socialist construction has completely exposed the bourgeois lie that socialism cannot evoke creative initiative in the economic field, that only capitalist competition can do this. The successes achieved by the working people in socialist countries provide the best evidence of what the people can do when they have cast off the capitalist yoke. 4. The role of the masses in socio-political activity. The masses are the decisive force not only in the creation of material values, their activity also manifests itself in the political life of society. Under an exploiting system, the masses are politically oppressed. The ruling classes in all manner of ways try to prevent them from participating in political life, and their role in this sphere in pre-socialist formations is therefore limited mainly to resisting the existing system, to the class struggle, which develops in various forms and exercises a definite influence on the policy of the ruling classes. In revolutionary periods, when the masses rise to conscious revolutionary activity, their role in politics is immeasurably enhanced. It is in these 235 periods that the people's abilities, their creativity, heroism, and selflessness, come to the fore. Bourgeois ideologists seek to prove that mass action by the working people, or, as they contemptuously call it, mob action, is a manifestation of irrational instincts and the herd psychology. The French sociologist André Jussain, for instance, describing revolutions as epidemic mass madness, claims that revolution is to the social organism what disease is to the living organism. And like disease being an effort to cure an evil, it only aggravates the condition of that which it seeks to cure. 1. Fear of the people's revolutionary spontaneity has always been an attribute of the reactionaries because, as Marx pointed out, they know that during the revolution the ordinary folk become daring and may go too far. 2. In reality, social revolutions are periods when the active ity and political consciousness of the broad masses of the working people, inspired with the idea of making history themselves, reaches a peak of intensity. It is not instincts or the herd psychology of the masses that are the causes of revolutionary struggle but their realization of the unequal position. It is in revolutions that the reason of the people displays itself most vividly. The classics of Marxism-Leninism called revolutions the locomotives of history because they accelerate the course of historical developments. The changes that occur in social life in a relatively brief period of a revolution are more profound than the changes achieved in whole decades or even centuries of gradual, evolutionary progress. The explanation of the powerful impact of revolutions on the course of history is that they raise millions of people to conscious participation in molding events. Revolutions are festivals of the oppressed and the exploited, Lenin wrote. At no other time are the mass of the people in a position to come forward so actively as creators of a new social order, as at a time of revolution. At such times the people are capable of performing miracles. 3. In all pre-socialist revolutions the fruits of victory went. 236. Not to the working people but to the exploiting classes which established new forms of exploitation to replace the old. But the historical results of revolutions have always been proportionate to the activity of the masses and the energy with which they pursued their independent demands. This shows the untenability of the ideas of bourgeois ideologists who regard the growing activity of the masses as a social disaster and a threat to social progress. Just as in the sphere of production the working people are relegated to the status of dumb animals, so in the sphere of politics they, in the opinion of bourgeois ideologists, should obediently follow acknowledged leaders. Leadership, according to the American sociologists J. Corey and H. Abraham, is always the function of one or a few. Too many cooks spoil the broth, and what holds for soup holds for government as well. 1. Democracy, writes the French sociologist René Guillouin, is based on the false idea that politics is an easy thing accessible to all, and requiring no special knowledge. 2. The supporters of democracy, however, certainly do not believe that politics is an easy thing. The real point at issue is whether the people should be urged to participate in political activity or kept away from it, which is exactly what the reactionaries are striving to achieve. But X-Brens has long since exploded the thesis that the masses are neither competent enough nor capable of participating in politics. Bourgeois democracy excludes a large section of society from active participation in politics. Socialist democracy, on the contrary, creates the opportunity for actually drawing the majority of working people into a field of labor in which they can display their abilities, develop the capacities, and reveal those talents, so abundant among the people. 3. The people's participation or non-participation in polit. 237. Equal activity does not depend on individual ability or on education. The deciding factor is the social conditions and opportunities which a particular social system offers them to display their activity and abilities in diverse fields. In recent years much has been said in the West about the process of depoliticization of social life. Some sociologists juggle with statistics illustrating public passivity at elections, and cite opinion polls showing that interest in certain spheres of political life has declined. Charles Seeley, an American sociologist, asserts that people have but very little understanding of, or interest in, the world's situation. Fear also prevents them from taking an active part in movements that would improve their economic and social conditions. 1. In reality, the public's indifference towards elections in some of the capitalist countries does not prove that the masses have lost interest in political life in general. It is only a form of protest against the reactionary policy of imperialist circles, against a system under which the political stage is held by rival bourgeois parties which virtually do not differ from one another since they represent only various groupings of monopoly capital. The very fact that the masses are shedding illusions, their disappointment in the bourgeois democracy and refusal to support the imperialists' reactionary political schemes by participating in them, is a step towards mass awakening, towards greater activity manifested most vividly in the strike movement, which increases year by year. The working class, all progressive forces in the world are fighting with growing intensity against restrictions upon democracy, which hamper the creative initiative of the masses, and are striving to awaken and guide their political activity. The socialist revolution is the highest manifestation of the creative activity of the masses in political life. In the epoch of socialist revolution, the working people not only destroy the old social system and its institutions, they also create a new system and build a new, socialist. 238. Society that is free from oppression and exploitation. Only the millions can build this society, Lenin said. In the era of serfdom these builders numbered hundreds, in the capitalist era the builders of the state numbered thousands and tens of thousands. The socialist revolution can be made only with the active and direct practical participation of tens of millions in state administration. 1. It is the socialist revolution that arouses the working people to constant and active participation in state administration and the masses assume political power. The socialist state system, socialist democracy, is the political foundation of the steady growth of creative active ity of the masses under socialism. The working people do not merely take part in production, they also play a decisive part in its organization, in administering the country. The people's power becomes a reality here insofar as the people themselves actually govern and are the real masters of their life. Along with ownership of the land, factories, all natural resources and the instruments of production, the working people also gain political power. In the USSR the Soviets of working people's deputies, being elective organs of the people's power, express through their activity the will of the working masses, effectuate their policy and defend their interests. The fact that more than 2,500,000 citizens of the USSR are deputies of the Soviets and that over 20 million people representing all sections of the population are permanent activists of the Soviets shows who governs the land of Soviets, who is its master. Under socialism the tens of millions of working people actively participate in state administration not only through government bodies but through the party, trade unions, youth associations, literary, artistic and scientific societies, sports clubs, and other mass organizations. The imperialists and their ideologists regard the growth of the influence of the masses upon social life as a source of weakness of, and a direct threat to, the bourgeois state. Under socialism, however, attitude to this question is completely different. Our idea of strength is different, Lenin. 239. Wrote. Our idea is that a state is strong when the people are politically conscious. It is strong when the people know everything, can form an opinion of everything and do everything consciously. 1. Lenin believed that bringing the work of all organs of the state machinery to the knowledge of the public was an important measure furthering democracy. On the one hand, this facilitates control of the people over state authority and, on the other, instills in each member of society a sense of social responsibility, a realization that he too is having a hand in all state affairs. Communism cannot be built without drawing all members of society into the administration of public affairs, without teaching all the working people the methods and skills of administration, without further development of democracy. 5. The role of the masses in the development of spiritual culture. Being the decisive force of economic and political progress, the masses also make a tremendous contribution to the development of spiritual culture. The people do not merely work and fight, they create. Science and art, which express the progressive ideas of their age, have their source in the life and experience of the people and in their very substance belong to the people. Art belongs to the people, said Lenin. It must have its deepest roots in the broad mass of workers. 2. The ideologists of the exploiting classes have always denied the ability of the masses to participate in the creation and development of culture. It is in this field that they most sharply contrast the giftedness of the select minority with the sluggishness of the ordinary people. Culture is a spirit, and it always dwells in the heads of geniuses, such is the idealist pattern of the philosophy of culture. The masses, states René Guillouin, have taken 240. No part in the creation of culture, either active or passive. 1. Condemning the vulgar masses for daring to intrude into the forbidden zone, Strauss-Heup, an American sociologist, claims that they destroy culture just by touching it and that therefore the cult of the elite calls upon the chosen few to defend the temple of culture against the barbarian from within. 2. All these assertions flagrantly contradict reality and merely disclose their author's refusal to perceive the real sources of the threat to modern culture and civilization. Due to its social nature, capitalism turns artistic genius, all cultural achievements, into commodities which are bought and sold. Business regards art above all as a means for deriving profit. Exposing the imperialists as the true enemies of culture, Maxim Gorky wrote, they bellow that the proletariat threatens to destroy culture, and they lie because they cannot but see that a great herd of fat men all over the world is trampling upon culture. They cannot but understand that the proletariat is the only force capable of saving culture, deepening and extending it. 3. Marxism-Leninism does not in the least deny the role played by scientists, inventors, and organizers of production in the economic development of society. But it also scientifically explains and shows that the very existence of mental workers and their entire activity are absolutely impossible without the material production carried on by the mass of the workers. The development of science and technology is by no means a product of pure intellect of geniuses which make their inventions allegedly independent of the requirements of production and social life. In reality, sciences appear and develop on the basis of the generalization of the experience of people and under the impact of the needs of production. It should be constantly borne in mind that a vast number of inventions and discoveries in science and technology were made by the workers themselves, by born inventors. The first plough, loom, wheel, axe, windmill, cart, and so forth are all the results of collective work, of the creative activity of many generations of toilers. The economic development of any country was determined by the development of farming, crafts, stock raising and industry, which was based on the labor of the masses. It was the labor of slaves that at a certain stage of social development provided the opportunities for freeing part of society from physical labor to engage in science, technology, and art. This is acknowledged not only by Marxists. Throughout the ages, wrote Rabindranath Tagore, civilized communities have contained groups of nameless people. They are the majority, the beasts of burden, who have no time to become men. They grow up on the leavings of society's wealth, with the least of food, least clothes, and least education, and they serve the rest. They toil most, yet theirs is the largest measure of indignity. They are like a lampstand bearing the lamp of civilization on their heads, people above receive light while they are smeared with trickling oil. 1. The entire spiritual culture of mankind has its roots and foundation in the life of people. They provide the sap and give content to all that is best in world culture. Their life, struggle, feelings, and aspirations are the fertile soil from which progressive artists draw their inspiration, themes and characters, and the ideological purposefulness of their works. Precisely this made Maxim Gorky conclude that the people are not only the force which creates all material values, they are the sole and inexhaustible source of spiritual wealth, the first philosopher and poet in time, beauty, and creative genius. 2. The people create not only the artistic images in classical art, they also create the language with which this art is composed. Were it not for the creation and constant improvement of human speech, cultural development of society would have been altogether impossible. Language. 242. By means of which scientific data and poetic images are expressed and recorded, is created by the people, and developed by them throughout the centuries of their history. Recognition of these propositions in no way belittles the importance of the individual, of the outstanding thinkers and gifted artists. It would be absurd to deny that science is developed by scientists, and that art is created by artists, whose creative individuality, ability, artistic talent, and professional skill tremendously influence the cultural development of society. But from where do the aims and ideals which the artist seeks to express in his work spring from? There is no doubt that in the final count they are engendered by society and the epoch. The artist is himself a product of specific social relations, and his aesthetic views are a reflection of social conditions. The individual traits of an artistic talent always mirror the characteristic features of a particular society, class, or epoch which shape the artist's personality. In exploiting societies, the working people have only limited access to education, science, and culture. The forced physical labor has been the lot of the people over the great part of their history, and their participation in the development of culture was primarily expressed in the creation of the material conditions of spiritual life. They managed to acquire knowledge only to the extent required by the development of production and the degree of access to culture which they won by their organized struggle. As Maxim Gorky expressed it, socialism's historical service to humanity is that it has restored to the whole mass of the working people a right of which they have been deprived all over the world, the right to develop their intellect, talents, and abilities. 1. By breaking the fetters of economic and spiritual slavery, the socialist revolution ends the exploiting class's monopoly of culture and makes all cultural wealth and knowledge the property of the people. In the old days, Lenin wrote, human genius, the brain of man, created only to give some the benefits of technology and culture, and to deprive others of the bare necessities, education, and development. From now on all the marvels of science and the gains of culture belong to the nation as a whole, and never again will man's brain and human genius be used for oppression and exploitation. 1. Socialism gave the masses broad opportunities to exercise their creative powers in the cultural life of society. The working people are playing a qualitatively new role in the development of culture under conditions of socialism. Having gained wide access to education and culture as a whole, they for the first time in history create their own socialist culture, which is truly of the people in both its content and functions. To create a new socialist culture, the intellectuals required a steady and abundant flow of new creative talent. A working socialist intelligentsia whose ranks are swelled by yesterday's workers and peasants, by the most able and gifted part of the working people, comes into being in the course of the Cultural Revolution. Unhampered access to knowledge, science, and universal education under socialism sets the working people on the path of untrammeled, all-round development of their abilities and talents, makes them fully equipped builders of the new socialist culture. Marx and Engels wrote that the communists did not believe in miracles and did not claim that in the new society anyone could become a Raphael. But each person, they said, would be able freely to develop his abilities. To create the social conditions in which anyone will be able to realize his gifts and abilities is undoubtedly a complex but also the most rewarding and impressive goal that mankind has ever set itself. This goal is being achieved in practice today by the peoples of the countries that have taken the path of socialism. 6. The role of the individual in history. While Marxism-Leninism recognizes that the masses play the decisive role in history and regards the people as 244. The makers of history, it does not deny the role played by the individual in history. The claims that Marx's theory leaves no place for the role of the individual in history is vilification of Marxism. It was Marxism which, having discovered the laws of development of society, gave the first scientific explanation of the actual role the individual plays in history. Marxism does not deny the role of the individual but merely the anti-scientific, idealist understanding of that role which views the activity of great men as the principal or even the sole motive force of social development, and credits them with the ability to direct the course of history at will. Plekhanov said that such an approach to history creates an optical illusion, in which the individual overshadows the epoch which gave him birth. The idealists, he said, regarded history from the point of view of the feats of such individuals as Romuluses, Augustuses, or Brutuses. The mass of the people, all those whom the Augustuses or Brutuses oppressed or liberated, escaped their field of vision. 1. The inability to rise above the actions of individuals to the actions of the masses, to the actions of whole social classes, to understand and scientifically explain the law-governed character of social development. All this is characteristic of idealist conceptions of history. What is the actual role of the individual in history? What determines the emergence of great men? What guides their activity? Approaching history superficially and taking into account only the features that strike the eye, it is quite easy to be deluded into thinking that the emergence of great men is the chief cause of historical events. This is the error of the idealists, who maintain that there have been periods in history when great men were needed and which remained periods of stagnation and produced nothing of importance because the great men failed to appear. Even the utopian socialists had believed that socialism was not the necessary result of the law-governed development of capitalism and the revolutionary struggle of the working class, but the accidental discovery of an individual genius, and that it could have been brought about long ago. 245. If only there had been a person capable of inventing and proclaiming the new social system. In reality, the emergence of great men is not a chance event, they are a product of history. Before influencing the course of history, they themselves are subject to the influence of their own historical epoch. It is not accidental, for example, that outstanding statesmen usually come to the fore at the turning points in history, during periods of major activity of the masses, social revolutions, national liberation movements and popular uprisings. History shows that when there is an objective need for distinguished historical figures, this stimulates their appearance. That such and such a man and precisely that man arises at a particular time in a particular country is, of course, pure chance, wrote Engels. But cut him out and there will be a demand for a substitute, and this substitute will be found, good or bad, but in the long run he will be found. That Napoleon, just that particular Corsican, should have been the military dictator whom the French Republic, exhausted by its own warfare, had rendered necessary, was chance, but that, if a Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled the place, is proved by the fact that the man was always found as soon as he became necessary, Caesar, Augustus, Cromwell, etc. 1. Regarding great men as a product of definite historical social conditions and needs, Marxism-Leninism does not deny that chance events in history have an effect on the course of social development. An outstanding individual is a product not only of historical circumstances but also of the individual conditions influencing the formation of his personality, and also influencing the emergence of the kind of man who is needed to carry out certain socially essential tasks, and the degree to which he is able to perform these tasks. In relation to world history, to the general laws and the motive forces of the social development, the individual qualities of a historical figure are not, of course, decisive, but they, nevertheless, do leave a definite stamp on the course of historical events, which they either accelerate or slow down. In a letter to Kugelmann about the Paris Commune, Marx wrote, "World history would 246. Indeed be very easy to make, if the struggle were taken up only on condition of infallibly favorable chances. It would on the other hand be of a very mystical nature, if accidents played no part. These accidents naturally form part of the general course of development and are compensated by other accidents. But acceleration and delay are very much dependent upon such accidents, including the accident of the character of the people who first head the movement. 1. So the emergence of outstanding individuals cannot be regarded either as a pure necessity or as a pure accident. Necessity and chance are here interwoven. The general course of history, its main direction, does not depend on the individual, no matter how brilliant. Not even the most outstanding personality can change the general direction of history. It is the sovereigns who in all ages have been subject to economic conditions, but they have never dictate laws to them. 2. But even if the greatest of men cannot change the course of history, this does not mean that his influence on the development of historical events is negligible. On the contrary, his activity under certain conditions may exert a tremendous influence on these events. What are these conditions? Why have some people left their mark on history, while others have expended their energy vainly endeavoring to change the course of events? In making a scientific study of the role of the individual in history, it is imperative to ascertain the conditions under which the activity of an outstanding individual will be successful. The significance of his historical activity depends mainly on how well he understands the basic needs of social development and the conditions that will satisfy these needs, on how close his activities are bound up with the struggle of the masses, classes, and parties. A great man, Plekhanov said, is he who sees further than others, desires more strongly than others, and who expresses the vital needs of his age. Moreover, the more profoundly he understands the direction of historical development and 247. The more he strives to act in that direction, the more significant and effective will be his influence upon history. Although repudiating the idealist notion that outstanding personalities can make history at will, Marxism acknowledges not only the immense significance of the creative activity and revolutionary energy of the masses but also of the initiative of individuals, of outstanding people, and also of organizations and parties, which can establish close links with the progressive class, with the masses, awaken their consciousness, show them the correct path of struggle and help them to organize. Not a single class in history, Lenin wrote, has achieved power without producing its political leaders, its prominent representatives able to organize a movement and lead it. 1. Without capable and energetic leaders, the leading class cannot win political supremacy, nor hold and consolidate its power and successfully fight against its political opponents. As history has demonstrated, different types of leaders emerged on the scene at different times depending on the character of the age and of the classes which promote them. Every class, as a rule, produces a certain type of leader which fits its social character. What is more, one and the same class may at various periods in its development have leaders of different types. We know, for instance, that when capitalism was in its cradle and the bourgeoisie was still an ascending class, fighting for social changes that were progressive for that period, there was a galaxy of outstanding political leaders and thinkers, giants of thought and action, whose names have gone down in world history. When bourgeois society became established, however, and the interests of the bourgeoisie entered into irreconcilable contradiction with the interests of the masses, a reactionary type of leader became characteristic of the bourgeois class. The reactionary nature and anti-humanism of the contemporary bourgeoisie as a social class is matched by the reactionary character of its ideologists and leaders. The bourgeoisie today is no longer led by the type of great men it produced in the days of its youth. As Marx wrote in his review of François Guizot's 248 pamphlet, Why Did the English Revolution Succeed? It is not only kings that depart but the talents of the bourgeoisie also. The stamp of degeneration lies not only on the contemporary reactionary bourgeoisie as a class but also on its leaders. On the other hand, the progressive movements of our day, the working class struggle, the national liberation movement give birth to really outstanding people. The proletarian revolution is the greatest and most profound social transformation in history. In it the working class has to perform the greatest task in the history of mankind, to put an end to all exploitation and make the momentous step from the prehistory of mankind to genuinely human history. It is not surprising, therefore, that the proletariat's struggle produced a new type of leaders, organizers and thinkers far more brilliant than any the world had ever known. As the role of the masses in history grows, so does the role of the leaders of popular movements. The demands which the leaders of mass revolutionary movements have to live up to steadily increase as social life becomes more and more involved. The greater the activity of the masses in history, the more urgent the need for experienced and mature leaders. Exposing the subjective idealist, metaphysical confusion over the question of the people, the interrelation between masses, classes, parties, and leaders, Lenin wrote in his book, Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder. It is common knowledge that the masses are divided into classes, that the masses can be contrasted with classes only by contrasting the vast majority in general, regardless of division according to status in the social system of production, with categories holding a definite status in the social system of production, that as a rule and in most cases, at least in present-day civilized countries, classes are led by political parties, that political parties, as a general rule, are run by more or less stable groups composed of the most authoritative, influential, and experienced members, who are elected to the most responsible positions, and are called leaders. 1. Since organization is the chief means by which the working class solves its problems, the role of leaders, of ideologists in the revolutionary movement of the working class is particularly great. A splendid quality of the leaders of the working class is that their entire theoretical and organizational activity is indissolubly bound up with the advanced party and the working class, with all the people who work. The strength of the working class leaders lies in their close ties with the broad masses, in their faith in the limitless creative abilities of the working people, in their faculty to draw upon their experience and wisdom. The truly popular leader must be selflessly devoted to the revolutionary cause and possess abundant practical experience of the revolutionary struggle. Marx, Engels, and Lenin were endowed with these qualities to the full. They had outstanding powers in the theoretical field, brilliant organizational ability, resolution and daring, an unshakable inner conviction of the justness of the working class cause, a love of the people and an inextinguishable hatred of the people's enemies. They were closely linked with the masses, they taught them and they learned from them, generalizing their great revolutionary experience. Recognition of the outstanding role of leaders, who are capable of organizing and directing the movement of the masses, has nothing in common with superstitious worship of figureheads, with attempts to place leaders above the party. The personality cult, which attributes the cause of historical events to the will of an outstanding personality, is organically alien to Marxism-Leninism. Marx and Engels had repeatedly pointed out that no personality cult should ever be allowed to develop around any political leader, however great his services. Lenin also waged a relentless struggle against the anti-Marxist conception of the hero and the crowd. He said that the minds of tens of millions of those who are doing things create something infinitely loftier than the greatest genius can foresee. 1. A personality cult belittles the role of the party, and 250. Leads to a decline in the creative activity of the party masses, of all the working people. It is incompatible with collective leadership, which is the highest principle of party leadership. Lenin resolutely opposed the slightest manifestation of hero worship and frequently warned the party against excessive praise of individual leaders and blind worship of them. Rejecting the personality cult, Marxism-Leninism at the same time resolutely opposes anarchistic negation of all authority and disregard for the great organizing role played by leaders. The relations between the leaders and the working people rest on mutual trust and common fidelity to the great cause of fighting imperialism and of building socialist society. Experienced leaders, steeled in revolutionary battles, have the support of the wide masses. They generalize their experience and, despite all difficulties and dangers, skillfully effectuate the policy which is consistent with the interests of the working man. Asterisk. The role played by the masses and the individual in history is the subject of sharp ideological controversy in the modern world. The champions of imperialism invent all sorts of anti-scientific conceptions to justify the division of society into a ruling elite and the subordinate mass, to divorce the working people from active political and social activity and thus save the crumbling capitalist system. The remaining problem, writes Irving Horowitz, an American historian, is to show the business class how to avoid the same dismal fate as the nobility. 1. The ideologists of imperialism cannot conceal their fear of the masses and of the Marxist teaching which inspires them. Revealing the class essence of bourgeois theories, the Swiss sociologist Paul Rewald admits that they are aimed against the communist doctrine on the role of the people in history, which has given the masses confidence in their strength. 251. However, the historic successes of the Soviet people and of all peoples who have taken the path of socialist construction, have dealt a crushing blow at the old prejudice that only the so-called upper classes, only the exploiters and those who serve them, can govern the country, manage industry, and promote science and culture. The socialist system, having immeasurably increased the might of the peoples and having shown them new sources of strength, has demonstrated that the toiling masses are capable not only of assimilating all the achievements of human intellect but also of raising the economy, democracy, science, and culture to a higher level. Supported by the finest force in the world, the force of workers and peasants, socialism is multiplying its strength and is becoming more and more a factor determining the course of historical development. Chapter Villi. Social consciousness and its forms. Social life is the most involved sphere of the material world. Alongside material economic and socio-political phenomena, it includes diverse spiritual phenomena, or that which Marxism defines by the concept social consciousness. This chapter discusses social consciousness, describes its structure and sources and the role it plays in historical development, and deals with the specific features of individual forms of social consciousness and other related problems. 1. Social psychology and ideology. Social consciousness as a reflection of social being. A scientific analysis of social consciousness, of its essence and structure, should be based on Marx's proposition that it is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. 1. This means that social consciousness depends on social being which engenders and determines it. In origin and content, social consciousness is a reflection of social being, of the material basis of society. Social consciousness is one of those categories which are usually called the broadest possible in philosophy. It includes all forms of reflecting reality in man's thinking, above all social ideas, theories, political and legal views. 253. Moral, aesthetic, and philosophical opinions, religious ideas, and so forth. The sphere of social consciousness also embraces social sentiments, moods, human customs and manners, established traditions, and the psychological makeup of a particular nation or nationality. Historical materialism divides this big and intricate sphere of society's spiritual life according to its structure into two different yet closely connected fields: social psychology and ideology. Social psychology is that part of social consciousness in which the immediate conditions of the life of men are reflected. It is a sphere of social sentiments, moods, concepts, emotions, as well as of illusions, prejudices and traditions that are molded under the impact of everyday life of men and on the basis of their practical experience and personal observations. Thus, social psychology is the consciousness of vast masses and their direct mental reaction to the surrounding reality. The specific historical conditions, in which nations, nationalities, classes, and social groups live, engender a particular type of social psychology. People living in a particular socio-economic formation have a specific socio-psychological constitution which is formed on the basis of given socio-economic conditions. Antonio Labriola, a prominent Italian Marxist, graphically called this Egyptian world, Greek consciousness, spirit of the Renaissance, dominant ideas, psychology of nations, of society, or of classes. 1. There is every reason to speak of the psychological makeup of nations and nationalities which appears on the basis of specific historical conditions of their development. When we examine class-differentiated society, however, the principal thing is that social psychology has a class character. The material conditions of the existence of classes and social groups are different. Each class occupies a definite place in the system of relations of production and has its own, inherent interests. Consequently, the life of various classes is different and their direct impressions of the social environment are unlike. It follows therefore, that 254. Men's thoughts and feelings, their notions and moods, in a word their social psychology, are socially determined and are of a class nature. This is frequently expressed in such concepts as class intuition and class instinct. Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, "Upon the different forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence, rises an entire superstructure of distinct and peculiarly formed sentiments, illusions, modes of thought and views of life. The entire class creates and forms them out of its material foundations and out of the corresponding social relations." 1. Thus, the condition of the proletariat under capitalism breeds in the former a hatred for oppression and makes it conscious of the need to fight to improve its position. The joint struggle against capitalism and joint labor at large enterprises give rise to such traits as collectivism, proletarian solidarity, unity, and organization. The psychology of the bourgeoisie, on the other hand, is characterized by individualism and money-making, which are the result of capitalist property, competition, and bourgeois social relations. The dual position of the petty bourgeoisie under capitalism accounts for its political instability and vacillation from submissiveness to left revolutionarism and adventurism. The socialist social system, which rests on public ownership of the means of production and relations of comradely cooperation between the working people by its very mode of life, develops a new psychology, new thoughts, moods, sentiments, and traits of character in men. The socialist social psychology, with its sense of collectivism, humanism, and internationalism, is the complete antithesis of bourgeois psychology. Social psychology occupies the biggest place in the sphere of social consciousness. What makes social psychology limited in character is that it expresses the interests of a given class still vaguely and rudimentarily and develops more spontaneously than consciously. Expressing chiefly the everyday and immediate interests of a class, it does not rise to a realization of the material and political conditions as conditions of the existence of a class as a 255 whole, to an understanding of the basic tasks and prospects of a particular class or society. At this stage, social views, sentiments, opinions, and moods of men are still expressed insufficiently clearly and have not reached scientific lucidity and full theoretical elaboration. Being the first and lowest phase of cognition of social reality, social psychology cannot be the basis for solving historical problems, for transforming social relations. Nevertheless, despite its limited nature, social psychology plays a big part in historical development. Noting the significance of the psychological factor in the history of spiritual culture, Plekhanov wrote, "Since we have to take it into account already in the history of political institutions, not a step can be made without it in the history of literature, art, philosophy, and so forth." 1. Problems of social psychology have an important bearing on the activity of progressive social forces. In organizing the working masses for the struggle against reaction and imperialist oppression, they should thoroughly study social sentiments and moods of the different groups of working people of the various sections of the working class, peasantry, intellectuals, and petty bourgeoisie, and rally and unite them for the common struggle. They should take into account not only the psychological peculiarities of different social groups, but also the influence they exert on each other, as well as the immense power of traditions in the sphere of social psychology. Another, higher stage of social consciousness is ideology. Ideology is a system of ideas, views, and theoretical principles, reflecting social economic relations from the standpoint of a definite social class. It would be a mistake to absolutize the difference between ideology and social psychology, insofar as in actual life they are united and interconnected. Both have the same basis: social being, the status of different classes and social groups in the system of social relations. To a certain extent, ideology absorbs, finds the purport of, and processes social sentiments, moods, and concepts. In their 256 turn, social ideas and theories exert a great impact on the formation and development of ordinary consciousness. The ideology which dominates a particular society uses all the means at its disposal to influence the psychology of the oppressed class and strives to reconcile it with the existing social relations. This is especially manifest in our age of mass communications, when the press, radio, television, cinema, and other powerful ideological media are employed to influence the consciousness of men. By conditionally dividing social consciousness into social psychology and ideology, we speak of its different stages: the ordinary and the theoretically formulated consciousness. One cannot fail to see that in the general structure of social consciousness these two stages are actually divided. The ascertainment of the distinctions between them has a profound theoretical meaning as well as revolutionary practical significance. First, although the psychology of classes does exert a great influence on the appearance and development of social ideas and theories, it is not its only source. Social ideas and theories above all reflect actual social relations and processes, and class interests. Second, the distinctive feature of ideology is that in it ideas and views acquire an integral and theoretically elaborated character, the character of ideological systems and conceptions. Because ideology is a systematist and theoretically substantiated reflection of social being from the positions of definite social classes, it does not arise spontaneously, nor is it evolved by a whole class. It is created by ideologists, or to quote Lenin, the thinking representatives of a class. The ideological representatives of a class, Marx said, theoretically deduce the conclusions at which their class arrives in practice. Marxist ideology arose and developed not from the ordinary, spontaneous consciousness of the working class, but from science. Socialism, wrote Lenin, as the ideology of the class struggle of the proletariat, is subject to the general conditions governing the inception, development, and consolidation of an ideology. In other words, it is founded on the sum total of human knowledge. 1. Ideology, being a higher rung of social consciousness, reflects social relations and their contradictions with great clarity and theoretical understanding. Definite ideas, views, and theoretical principles are expressed in ideology not in a scattered but in a systematist form, and are more comprehensive and purposeful in character. In its essence, ideology synthesizes the radical, decisive interests, aims and tasks of one or another social class, which are connected either with the consolidation and development of existing social relations or with their overthrow. And insofar as ideology in its form has a conceptualistic, theoretically elaborated character, it differentiates into various forms: political and legal theories, moral and aesthetic views, philosophical doctrines, etc., which in turn reflect specific aspects of social being. Ideology is usually understood as a sum total of political, moral, philosophical, aesthetic, and other ideas reflecting the interests, aims and tasks of a particular social class, and in a socialist society, those of the whole people. If ideology is based not on casual or ordinary, but on fundamental and decisive problems of social relations, then, in comparison with social psychology, its impact on historical development of society proves to be more decisive. It also plays the leading role in the general sphere of social consciousness. Figuratively speaking, ideology forms the core of the entire content of social consciousness and influences the whole spiritual life of society with greater theoretical profundity and conclusiveness. When examining social consciousness as an intricate, multifaceted structure, attention should also be paid to the correlation between social and individual consciousness. People's consciousness is always social in character. It is a social product and remains as such as long as people exist. But while stressing the social character of consciousness, historical materialism does not negate the individual peculiarities of human thinking and psyche, i.e., the specific features of individual psychology. Marxism holds that there is no social consciousness independent of its concrete vehicles, or living individuals. It is impossible to imagine social consciousness as a sort of a mythical being hovering over society in the form of universal consciousness, a national spirit as philos. 258. Offers idealists Schelling and Fichte claim. It does not exist independently of society, classes, or individuals. Individual consciousness is the spiritual world of a personality, the views, concepts, and moods of a given individual, which are formed under the influence of personal life or conditions in which a personality is molded and brought up, and also of individual peculiarities. But it cannot be limited by the spiritual world of an individual, and in its ideological content is an expression of the social, class consciousness. The social is constantly transformed into the individual and is implemented through living people, definite personalities, while the individual, in its turn, uninterruptedly becomes socialized. The individual and the social exist only in one another and one through the other. The correlation between the social and the individual consciousness thus reveals the dialectics of the individual and universal, the many-sided spiritual bond between the individual and society. This dialectical unity, however, does not preclude contradictions. There are cases when the ideas and views of an individual do not coincide and even contradict the corresponding views of a class or social group. Members of one or another class may have individual peculiarities in their manner of thinking due to the specifics of their upbringing and the diverse political and ideological influences to which a person has been subjected all his life. There are numerous known instances of some members of the ruling exploiting class abandoning the positions of the class to which they had belonged by virtue of their social origin, and adopting the positions of the working people. But it also often happens that people, who by their social origin belong to the working class, fall into the orbit of bourgeois ideas, betray their class, become the vehicles of bourgeois ideology and desert to the camp of its enemy the bourgeoisie. The Marxists-Leninists orientate themselves in their ideological work primarily on the consciousness of large groups of working people, raising it to the level of the advanced sections of the working class. But they also attach great significance to individual propaganda and agitation. Thus, we have examined the sphere of social consciousness from the point of view of its structure and the various levels of correlation between social psychology and ideology, and social and individual consciousness. But it is no less important scientifically to ascertain the sources of social ideas, their origin and development. This is one of the cardinal problems of historical materialism, and it has to be fully apprehended before it will be possible correctly to understand the Marxist doctrine of the role of ideas in the history of social development and the laws governing the ideological process in general and the development of different forms of social consciousness, in particular. On all these issues pre-Marxist philosophers and sociologists adhered to idealist views. The proponents of avowedly theology trends depicted the ideas and theories of the ruling classes as divine commands, as expression of divine reason. Hegel, an objective idealist, considered that in the course of history ideas developed in their own bosom through their own negation. His philosophy of the spirit is the sum total of political, legal, moral, philosophical, and other ideas which he treats as stages in the development of the absolute idea. Other philosophers and sociologists saw the source of social views and theories exclusively in the thinking of ideologists. It follows therefore that idealist philosophers contend that social consciousness develops and moves due to its own force, that it springs from itself and therefore is the product of thinking itself. The origin and development of social ideas is viewed as a simple fiation of ideas, in the process of which new ideas rise from the preceding ones through gemmation. Juridical ideas may flow from juridical ones, religious from religious and philosophical from preceding philosophical views. Each form of social consciousness, the idealists hold, follows its own line of development which is independent of society's material life. The assertions of the idealists about the absolute independence of ideas, their complete separation from the material life of society, economic relations, and the class struggle provide no opportunity scientifically to explain the sources of social consciousness and the role it plays in social development. On the contrary, they cultivate the 260 illusion that ideas create social reality, the entire history of the people. In contrast to these perverted conceptions, Marxism has scientifically proved that the source of social ideas and theories should be sought not in the abstract sphere of pure thinking but in material life, and that social consciousness appears and develops on the basis of social being. Consciousness, Marx wrote, must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. 1. The material conditions of the life of society, economic relations, and the position of classes are the basic causes determining social consciousness, for these factors define the interests of men, pose problems before them and give social consciousness definite purposefulness. Social ideas, sentiments, and conceptions are the subjective expression of men's objective interests. If they cease to correspond to the actual interests of classes and social groups, they lose their former significance and are ousted by new ideas and conceptions which are more consistent with the real interests of people. The idea, wrote Marx, always disgraced itself insofar as it differed from the interest. 2. In content and specific form, social consciousness is historical. There is none and cannot be any suprahistorical or suprahuman social consciousness in the form of mythical national spirit or world reason. There is only the consciousness of a definite historical epoch. With the establishment of capitalist society, the dominant ideas, conceptions, and moods of the epoch of the feudal estate system gave way to others because of the revolutionary change in society's relations of production caused by the replacement of the old social formation by a more progressive one. The victory of socialism and the emergence and development of a qualitatively new, socialist social consciousness created the profoundest change in all spheres of social consciousness. Hence, social ideas and conceptions change together with the changes in the economic basis of society. Political, legal, moral, philosophical, aesthetic, and religious views and theories in their principal content reflect the society's economic basis. Just as man's knowledge reflects nature, Lenin wrote, which exists independently of him, so man's social knowledge reflects the economic system of society. Lenin always noted, however, that the reflection of social being in social consciousness was not a mechanical act, but a complex dialectical process. Social being does not directly determine ideological forms, it does so mostly indirectly and only in the final count. There are the class struggle in society, political relations, state and legal superstructure, national interrelations, and other intermediate links between economic relations and the ideological superstructure. Ideological reflection presupposes dialectical interaction of the object and the subject, in which not only economy influences ideology, but ideology also influences economic relations. Characterizing the specific features of the spiritual development of society, Engels wrote, "Here economy creates nothing anew, but it determines the way in which the thought material found in existence is altered and further developed, and that too for the most part indirectly." 2. Some philosophers and sociologists present materialist interpretation of history in a deliberately vulgarist and exaggerated form as economic materialism. They assert, for instance, that historical materialism allegedly reduces the whole spiritual development of society to a material process and views complex ideological conceptions as an automatic reflex of economic relations. The founders of Marxism had always opposed the vulgar sociological interpretation of the history of spiritual culture. Marx noted in Capital that it is easier to reduce spiritual phenomena to their earthly core, than to deduce from this core the intricate system of spiritual relations which form a kaleidoscopic, sometimes odd, and even fantastic picture. but to understand the laws of society's spiritual development. It 262 is necessary in the long run to follow this difficult road of deducing the phenomena of spiritual life from its material foundations. The latter method, Marx wrote, is the only materialistic, and therefore the only scientific one. Deduction of corresponding ideological forms from particular relations of real life entails a profound concrete analysis of historical periods and formations, an analysis of the historical regularities and relations peculiar to these formations, and of the interaction of the different aspects of social life. Consequently, to grasp the ideology of a given historical epoch, it is necessary to ascertain the nature of its economic relations, the class struggle and the political relations in society, the interaction of all ideological forms and the state of the spiritual culture as a whole. Lenin repeatedly came out against vulgar sociologism in explaining social ideas and the history of spiritual culture. In this connection he made some interesting remarks in V. Shulyatikov's book Justification of Capitalism in West European Philosophy from Descartes to E. Mach. A pupil of Bogdanov, who was a disciple of Mach, Shulyatikov deduced all philosophical doctrines of the new times, the systems of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, and those of the English and French materialists directly from the stages of capitalist production, from the state of the productive forces. He regarded matter, substance, idea, and other philosophical concepts as nothing more than conventional signs for denoting classes and social groups in bourgeois society. Lenin characterizes these exercises in vulgarization as ridiculous, absurd, empty phrases and a caricature of materialism in history too. At the same time, Lenin showed how to analyze ideological phenomena scientifically and materialistically. In the progressive philosophical theories of the past, which, in the social respect, had an historical significance in the struggle against moribund social relations, Lenin underscored all instances of objective truth and scientific cognition of reality. 263. Two-class character of social consciousness. Scientific and unscientific ideology. In a class society, social ideas are always of a class nature. Each social class works out its own system of views which express its position, interests, and needs. Though Moss Hobbes, a 17th-century materialist philosopher, wrote in the period of the English bourgeois revolution that if geometric axioms went contrary to the interests of men they probably would have been refuted. One quoting Hobbes, Lenin stressed that, however abstract or veiled, the ideological struggle in a class society is a clash between the contradictory and generally irreconcilable interests of the opposing classes. Ideas have always reflected the needs, interests, strivings, and aspirations of a certain class. 2. The reflection of social being in social consciousness in a society divided into opposing classes is always of a class nature. The ideas and theories of different classes in their own way reflect economic relations and social reality. The history of ideologies shows that in their doctrines the spokesmen of the classes which are leaving the historical scene have usually distorted the course and the prospects of social development and defended the obsolete and the reactionary. Ideologists of the progressive classes strove correctly to interpret social relations and expressed views and theories which promoted the historical progress. But in the pre-Marxist period, members of progressive classes, owing to their class narrow-mindedness, were unable to create a consistently scientific social theory which could become the foundation for the revolutionary remaking of society. This was done only by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, ideologists and leaders of the proletariat. It is clear, therefore, that the class character and social conditionality of ideology are not an invention of Marxism, as its opponents claim, but rest on an objective foundation. If economic relations of society, Engels notes, present themselves in the first place as interests 3, this means 264. That the economic material interests of a class are reflected in its political, legal, philosophical, and other doctrines and theories. Two diametrically opposite ideologies reflecting the views of the exploiting and the oppressed classes are clearly discernible in a society consisting of antagonistic classes. but in any epoch the dominating ideology is that of the class that holds dominating economic and political positions. The class, wrote Marx and Engels, which is the ruling material force of society, is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. 1. The class which possesses the means of material production and wields political authority dictates its world outlook to society with the help of all the available means of ideological influence, schools, the church, the press, works of art, radio, and television. The bourgeois ideology, dominant under capitalism, is opposed by the ideology of the proletariat, which is scientifically and theoretically formulated in Marxism-Leninism. The most profound expression of the class character of social ideas and theories is the partisanship of ideology. Bourgeois ideologists usually reject the party character of ideology and portray their views and theories as general, superdas or universal. But such declarations manifest either illusion or hypocrisy. More often than not the terms nonpartisanship and superclass are used to camouflage partisanship and affiliation with the party of the exploiters. That was why Lenin wrote that the non-party idea is a bourgeois idea. The party idea is a socialist idea. 2. In contrast to the false objectivism and hypocritical assertions of bourgeois ideologists about the superclass ideology, Marxism frankly and openly recognizes the class, party character of ideology and declares for all to hear that socialist ideology serves the interests of the proletariat and all working masses. The Marxist party principle of ideology has always been attacked by overt and covert opponents of Marxism. These attacks are particularly vicious today when the socialist 265 and bourgeois ideologies have clashed in bitter struggle. The main thesis advanced by the present-day opponents of Marxism is that partisanship is incompatible with science, that the truth and party spirit are conceptions that exclude one another. Bourgeois right-wing reformist opponents of Marxism assert that recognition of the class character of social theories allegedly contradicts their scientific objectivity. If ideology is of a class character, they say, then the class factor leads to one-sidedness and subjectivism, to a distortion of the truth. In this respect the most typical arguments are advanced by Karl Mannheim, Max Scheer, Helmuth Plessner and other exponents of the bourgeois sociology of knowledge. In Ideology and Utopia Mannheim asserts that science is objective because of its alleged non-party nature, and ideology, being of a class character, is always subjective and is either deliberate, or at best unconscious falsification of social relations. The content of science are laws, theories, and hypotheses, while ideology is made up of doctrines, prophecies and myths justifying the selfish interests of a given class. Considering that all ideologies are socially conditioned, Mannheim declared, they reflect the social relations in the crooked mirror of class interest. Taking that bourgeois ideology is subjective, then Marxism, as the ideology of the proletariat, in equal measure expresses only the subjective interests and aims of the working class, he claims. In this way the Marxist doctrine about the social conditionality of cognition of social phenomena is directed against Marxism itself. According to this opinion, the objective truth in social sciences must be somewhere halfway between the classes or above classes. Mannheim seeks to find a social stratum which by virtue of its social position could lay claim to playing the role of an unbiased vehicle of truth and arrived at the conclusion that in a bourgeois society it was the intelligentsia. In recent years theories about the withering away of ideology and the de-ideologizing of social science and social life have come into vogue with the ideologists of modern capitalism. They claim that as a result of the scientific and technical revolution technical rational thinking, which will de-ideologize politics, philosophy and art and thus put an end to ideology, is asserting itself in 266. The 20th century. They do not conceal the fact that talk about the end of ideology is spearheaded chiefly against Marxism-Leninism. It is perfectly clear that the theory of de-ideologizing contemporary society is itself propaganda of a definite ideology, namely, the ideology of the bourgeoisie. Its purport is to sow doubt about the scientific veracity of Marxism-Leninism, which the ideologists of anti-communism define only as ideological utopia, social mythology, pseudo-religion, and so forth. Following the lead of bourgeois philosophers, the revisionists demand that Marxism be de-ideologized and social science freed from ideology, and reject the Marxist party principle as obsolete. Criticizing Marxism on these issues, its opponents often refer to the negative use of such terms as ideology and ideologization by the founders of Marxism. Marx and Engels did frequently use these terms in a negative sense to characterize false consciousness. Ideology, wrote Engels, is a process accomplished by the so-called thinker consciously, it is true, but with false consciousness. What did Marx and Engels have in view when they called ideologia false consciousness? They used this concept of ideology to criticize the bourgeois consciousness of their time, that limited class consciousness which indulges in deceit and self-deceit, which draws a false perspective of historical development and presents the narrow egoistic interests of the bourgeoisie as the interests of all people. It was for this reason that the founders of Marxism defined the ideology of the reactionary classes as false consciousness which distorts real social relations. The socialist ideology of the proletariat is a scientifically grounded ideology, an objective truth basically differing from the false bourgeois consciousness. With the emergence of the materialist understanding of history, Engels noted, socialism became a science. Lenin in his works frequently mentions the concept scientific ideology, primarily in characterizing the Marxist doctrine. Socialist ideology, he stresses, presupposes a high level of scientific development, demands scientific work. 267. In Materialism and Empirio-Criticism he writes about a scientific ideology to which there corresponds an objective truth, absolute nature. 1. It is clear, therefore, that the attempts of the bourgeois philosophers and revisionists to justify de-ideologization of Marxism by quoting the founders of Marxism themselves, are absolutely groundless. The contraposition of science and ideology and reality is a bourgeois conception intended to hide the actual contraposition of scientific and unscientific ideology. What is the actual correlation between ideology and science, social conditionality, and objective truth in cognition of social phenomena? The ideology of the reactionary classes is not scientific in its essence and is incapable, owing to the interests and positions of the theoreticians of these classes, of scientifically analyzing social reality and the trends of its development. Such is the ideology of the modern imperialist bourgeoisie. In all its theories, whether economic, political, moral, philosophical, or aesthetic, it seeks to express the interests of the bourgeoisie, which is historically a doomed class, hostile to genuine social progress and to the objectively truthful cognizance of society and the laws of its development. Marxism-Leninism, the ideology of the revolutionary proletariat, which correctly analyzes social relations and the prospects of historical development, is the direct opposite of the anti-scientific and reactionary ideology of the modern bourgeoisie. The class character of the Marxist-Leninist teaching does not reject, but, on the contrary, presupposes scientific, objective cognition of reality. First, the class interest of the proletariat coincides with the objective course of history and is in line with historical progress. The proletariat is vitally interested in obtaining the fullest and deepest understanding of the laws of the objective world and in thoroughly studying social processes. The more ruthlessly and disinterestedly science proceeds, Engels wrote, the more it finds itself in har. 268. Harmony with the interests and aspirations of the workers. 1. The epochal events of our times, the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution and communist construction in the USSR, the formation of the world socialist system, the steady spread of the revolutionary movement of the oppressed peoples are irrefutable proof of the scientific truth of Marxism-Leninism. Here, as in other sciences, social practice is the only criterion of truth. Second, in analyzing the question of partisanship and scientific objectivity of Marxism-Leninism, it should be borne in mind that the aspirations, aims and tasks of the working class coincide in all vital issues with the interests of all working people. The proletariat cannot have any egoistic class sectarian aspirations that contradict the interests of the masses. Lenin had repeatedly pointed out that the communists uphold party principles in the interests of the broad masses and their emancipation from all sorts of bourgeois illusions. Marxism-Leninism, as the scientific ideology of the working people, is unity of class interests and science, of partisanship and truth. The Marxist-Leninist teaching about the class character of ideology calls the communists consistently to uphold the interests of the working people and vigorously unmask hostile reactionary ideology. Nevertheless, the principle of the communist partisanship of ideology is profoundly dialectical and has nothing in common with schematism, stereotypeness, or one-sidedness. The class nature of ideology manifests itself in different ways in different ideological forms in accordance with their specific features. Political ideology, for example, has a particularly clear-cut class nature, for political theories express the immediate economic interests of social classes. Partisanship in philosophy is of a more involved nature because philosophy alongside the ideological aspect of world outlook of different classes and social groups also includes the aspect of scientific and philosophical cognition of reality. At the same time, the struggle between progressive and reactionary philosophical ideas, between materialism and idealism, in 269. The final count reflects the position and the struggle of different classes. Partisanship in art and literature is still more specific and multifaceted and is discerned only as a result of a concrete historical and artistic analysis of works of art and literature. And yet the subjective political views of a particular writer or artist do not necessarily coincide with the objective content of his work. The Marxist approach to an analysis of ideological phenomena is equally hostile both to dogmatism and sectarianism. It requires careful consideration of all that is valuable in philosophical, ethical, artistic, and other works coupled with precise definition of their ideological direction. Marxism recognizes no compromise between opposing ideologies. Lenin wrote, "The only choice is either bourgeois or socialist ideology. There is no middle course." Hence, to belittle the socialist ideology in any way, to turn aside from it in the slightest degree means to strengthen bourgeois ideology. 1. The ideological struggle in the international arena is becoming more acute in present-day conditions. The greater the successes of socialism, the greater become the contradictions of world capitalism, and the more astute become the methods employed by ideologists of imperialism in the struggle against communism. Bourgeois propaganda is endeavoring to conceal the antagonism and the vices of modern state monopoly capitalism, blunt the political consciousness of the working people and paralyze their will to fight for socialism. It seeks to inculcate the masses with individualism, to lead them away from politics, and from the solution of key social problems. Anti-communism has become the leitmotif of imperialist ideology. Fully aware that direct anti-Soviet attacks coupled with crude anti-communist demagogy cannot produce any results in the ideological struggle, many politicians and ideologists of the contemporary capitalist world are resort 270 to more flexible forms of struggle against communism. In recent years, the doctrine of peaceful coexistence of two ideologies and tactics of building bridges between capitalism and socialism have become current among the bourgeois and right-wing socialist ideologists. Some bourgeois ideologists claim that in the contemporary epoch the development of capitalism and socialism is following the line of convergence which will result in their synthesis, a fusion into a single industrial society. The aim of these ideas is to extend the principle of peaceful coexistence between capitalist and socialist states to the sphere of ideology and to interpret it as coexistence of capitalist and socialist ideologies. To achieve this, the champions of ideological coexistence demand that communists reject ideological struggle, and are intensifying the export of bourgeois ideology into socialist countries, calculating that this will result in the ideological erosion of communism. Recognizing that the principle of peaceful coexistence is the foundation of the foreign policy of socialist countries, Marxism-Leninism at the same time regards it as a form of class struggle between capitalism and socialism in the international arena, as a class struggle embracing political, economic, and ideological spheres. Therefore there can be no synthesis of bourgeois and socialist ideologies, for in practice this would have signified a betrayal of the interests of the working masses, their demobilization in the struggle against imperialism. In all circumstances, the struggle against bourgeois ideology must be uncompromising, because it is a class struggle, a struggle for man, for his dignity and freedom, a struggle to invigorate the positions of socialism and communism, in the interests of the international working class. 3. Relative independence of ideology. The role of ideas in social development. All social ideas and views, social consciousness as a whole, originate and develop on the basis of economic conditions, and in this sense they have no history that is 271. Independent of the history of social development. Such is the basic conclusion of historical materialism concerning the origin and development of social consciousness. But the Marxist conception of society's spiritual life is not confined to this conclusion. We have already pointed out that ideology is ultimately determined by economic development, that there is a range of intermediary links between the economy and ideology. This means that social ideas and theories are to an extent independent of society's economic basis, that they have a certain amount of independence which, in Marxist terminology, is known as relative independence of ideology. Historical materialism in no way identifies the processes taking place in society's ideological development with those occurring in economic development. The sphere of the history of ideas has its specific laws, its inner logic. Speaking of this peculiarity of the ideological process, Engels wrote, "Every ideology, once it has arisen, develops in connection with the given concept material, and develops this material further, otherwise it would not be an ideology, that is, a kupation with thoughts as with independent entities, developing independently and subject only to their own laws." 1. Thus ideology develops not only on the basis of a general historical law according to which social being gives rise to and determines social consciousness, but also on the basis of a specific law typical of ideological development itself, of its ability to develop in line with its own specific laws, by virtue of its inner logic. This thesis of historical materialism is very important for correctly understanding the history of mankind's ritual culture, the development and interaction of different ideological forms, and particularly for correctly understanding the role of ideas in social development. It guards us against vulgar sociologism, schematism, and simplification. The relative independence of ideology is manifested first and foremost in the continuity of man's spiritual development. Each new ideological system, being in content a reflection of society's economic relations, in its form is a continuation of the preceding development of thought and 272. Depends on the accumulated store of knowledge, ideas, and concepts. Social ideas and theories do not arise from scratch in every new epoch. They develop on the basis of the ideological material of the preceding epochs, under the impact of the preceding stages of ideological development, and are directly related to them. Thus there is an uninterrupted line of ideological development in all the spheres of social consciousness, in philosophy, art, morals, science, etc. The ideologist who deals with history, Engels wrote, thus possesses in every sphere of science material which has formed itself independently out of the thought of previous generations and has gone through its own independent process of development in the brains of these successive generations. 1. The successive development of ideology is not isolated from the economic development of society, and in the final count it is based on it. But the history of ideological development and the periods of its rise and decline do not fully coincide with those of economic development. This is evidenced by numerous facts from the history of mankind's spiritual culture, and therein the relative independence of ideology is manifested. Ideological continuity is also linked with the class character of society. Various social classes draw diverse ideological material from the thought of previous generations. The progressive social classes turn to the progressive theories of the past and discard the reactionary ideas that have outlived themselves. Their ideology includes, in a repraised form, the positive heritage of the past. Marxism-Leninism, being the world outlook of the most revolutionary social class, has absorbed all that was best and most progressive in the ideas, theories, and scientific achievements of the past epochs. Communist morality includes ideas of humanism and aspirations to freedom, and moral standards common to all mankind, cultivated by the masses in the course of the centuries in their struggle against the social oppression and moral vices. Soviet literature rests on the progressive humanistic and realistic traditions of the Russian literature of the 19th century. 18 to 360-273. Progressives in all countries deeply respect the cultural heritage of their own and other peoples. Being internationalists, they are patriots and best representatives of their nation. The reactionary social classes, on the contrary, draw reactionary theories from the ideological heritage of the past, adapting them to their own class interests. That is why the ideologists of the outgoing classes seek to revive all that is obsolete and anti-popular, discarding or falsifying the progressive cultural heritage of the past. Thus, the political ideology of the present-day imperialist bourgeoisie makes use of the reactionary political ideas of the past of racialism, Malthusianism, and the elite theory. The idealistic trends in contemporary bourgeois philosophy rest on the reactionary philosophical theories of the past. Neo-Thomism has its historical roots in the scholasticism of Thomas Aquinas, neo-positivism in Marxism and 19th century positivism, existentialism in the irrational philosophy of the past. The Marxist-Leninist teaching of cultural continuity is of basic significance for the construction of a new, socialist society. Lenin repeatedly pointed out that socialist culture does not rise on an empty place. It is the further development of the best specimens, traditions, and results of past culture. It is not a nihilistic attitude to the cultural heritage, but the assimilation of all that is valuable and progressive, and creative reassessment of mankind's cultural achievements, such as a law-governed process of the Cultural Revolution during the transition from the old to the new society. This is illustrated by the experience of socialist construction in the USSR. The relative independence of ideology also finds expression in the fact that social ideas and theories can outpace the economic development of society. Progressive social theories, proceeding from the study of realities and disclosing the urgent needs of society, can scientifically foresee the basic trends in historical development. The world outlook of progressive classes and social groups always displayed historical optimism, a striving to foresee the results of their activity, to take a look into the future. Such traits were also typical of the ideas and theories of the bourgeois class in the period of its rise, of the 274. Ideologists of revolutionary democracy and proponents of utopian socialism. But these instances when the ideas and theories of progressive pre-Marxist ideologists outpaced reality were very limited and frequently erroneous owing to their unscientific view of the historical process. The Marxist social theory was the first to base the prediction of historical development on a scientific footing. It could do so on the basis of scientific cognition of objective reality, of the laws and trends of social development. Having arrived at the basic conclusion that capitalism will inevitably fall and communism will be established, the Marxist doctrine more than a century ago scientifically determined the course of social development. The scientific prognosis has been proved by the concrete history of mankind. Social consciousness, however, has a tendency to lag behind social being. The survivals of the past persist with a special tenacity in the sphere of social psychology, where customs and traditions, deep-rooted opinions, sentiments and conceptions play a big role. They possess a tremendous force of inertia. The tradition of all the dead generations, Marx wrote, weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. We know that some sections of the proletariat find it very difficult to rid themselves of bourgeois illusions and prejudices. Small proprietor mentality and prejudices, with which a systematic struggle has to be waged, still endure under socialism. The lag of social consciousness behind social being is not confined to the sphere of social psychology alone. It is also inherent in ideology, particularly in the ideas and theories of the outgoing social classes. Reactionary ideas are highly conservative and prevail long after the historical conditions engendering them have disappeared. Thus, the history of society's spiritual development contains concrete facts demonstrating the relative independence of ideology, and its ability to develop in line with its specific laws which operate within the limits of the general dependence on society's economic relations. This gives rise to the question, what are the causes of the relative independence of ideology, and how this feature in the development of social consciousness can be explained? First of all, it is necessary to deal with such a gnoseological cause as the nature of consciousness itself, its relative independence with regard to matter. For its content in general, consciousness is a reflection of being, of the material world. Social consciousness is a reflection of social being, of society's material life at a specific historical stage. In both instances this reflection is not a metaphysical, passive act. It has a complex dialectical character, and because of this, consciousness invariably acquires an active character. The consciousness of men is primarily a product of society's historical development which rests on experience, the material and productive activity of people directed at promoting the productive forces, conquering nature, and making it serve the interests of man. In his well-known theses about Feuerbach, Marx used this vigorous human activity, practical experience, to explain the activity of consciousness. Consciousness is secondary in its content because it reflects material reality. But it does not simply copy reality, it strives to cognize, comprehend, and penetrate into its essence, and in a sense ideally to transform it. As a result of this activity of consciousness, the ideological reflection of society's economic basis is to a degree independent of this basis. Idealists absolutist this independence of consciousness and go as far as to claim the preeminence of the spiritual over the material. Historical materialism, however, does not regard this independence as absolute, but as relative and restricted with certain limits, for in the final count, social consciousness always depends on social being. Thus the specific features of consciousness itself, its dialectical nature and its activity are the principal cause of ideology's relative independence which will always exist. To this should be added the influence exerted by the division of labor into mental and physical at certain stages of social development. In the process of transition from primitive society to class society, at the low stage of economic development, the further development of so. 276. CDS productive forces, the state, and law and the creation of science and art were all possible, as Engels had said, only on the basis of division of labor between the mass engaged in manual labor and the few privileged managing production, trade, and state affairs and occupying themselves with art and science. 1. The division of mental and physical labor isolated spiritual production from material production and imparted a semblance of the former's complete independence from society's material life. In the further course of historical development, differentiation spread to the sphere of mental labor. Each different ideological form gave rise to a definite group of ideologists who elaborated the ideological systems of the ruling class. Specialists in law, politics, philosophy, religion, and arts appeared. The relative independence of ideology does not disappear with the transition from a class to a classless society. It remains a law of the ideological process. In communist society, the relative independence of ideology merely disembarrasses itself of the ugly forms engendered by the distinction between mental and physical labor and its limited class character. In communist society, the activity of ideas and consciousness and their influence on all the aspects of social life will substantially increase. The spiritual culture of communism will grow richer and more variegated both in form and content. Historical materialism's thesis on the relative independence of ideology is very important in gaining a correct understanding of historical development, of the interaction between the various aspects of social life. The relative independence of ideology manifests itself primarily in the active role of ideas and theories, in their converse influence on the economic basis of society. Arising on the basis of social being, ideas influence social being because of their relative independence and are a most important force of historical development. The dialectical materialistic understanding of the causes and motive factors of history is by no means limited to the recognition of only one cause, the economic factor. Explaining the essence of the materialistic understanding of history, Engels 277 wrote, political, juridical, philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc., development is based on economic development. But all these influence one another and also the economic basis. It is not that the economic situation is the only cause, solely active, while everything else has only passive effect. There is, rather, interaction on the basis of economic necessity, which ultimately always paves the way for itself. 1. Recognition of the active role of ideas and theories and of human sentiments, desires, aspirations, and will, in short, of consciousness in general, is one of the cornerstones of Marxist social science. In the early period of his activity, when he was becoming a proletarian revolutionary, Marx wrote, "Material force must be overcome by material force, but theory too becomes a material force as soon as it grips the masses. Two ideas are secondary because they arise on the basis of social being. But they are not at all secondary considering the role they play in historical development. Ideas arise precisely for the purpose of serving people's social requirements, their historical activity." The opponents of Marxism usually depict Marxism in a deliberately coarsened and vulgarist form as economic determinism, which allegedly negates the ideological motives of human activity. Such an idea of Marxism has nothing in common with the scientific revolutionary theory of Marxism. Actually, however, it is impossible to negate the active role played by ideological motives in historical development, particularly when speaking of ideas reflecting the urgent requirements of society and not of vague ideas or false theories that are divorced from reality. The history of the past century and particularly the contemporary epoch prove convincingly that Marxists-Leninists attach vast importance to the role played in history by the subjective factor, the activity of the masses, progressive classes, revolutionary parties, and single individuals. The profound revolutionary transformation of the world on a new social basis takes place as a result of 278. People's conscious activity, in which they are guided by the advanced revolutionary theory. Without revolutionary theory, Lenin wrote, there can be no revolutionary movement. 1. Let us analyze this question from the point of view of the theoretical propositions of historical materialism. The development of human society, like the development of nature, is an objective law-governed process. But unlike nature, this process is not spontaneous or automatic. It is the result of the people's activity. Everything which sets men in motion, Engels said, must go through their minds. Two people acting in history set themselves definite conscious aims and are guided by definite ideological motives. These conscious aims and ideological motives of human activity are historically conditioned, i.e., they have a definite material basis. But within the framework of this historical conditionality, a great mobilizing role is played by the ideological motives of historical activity. Lenin repeatedly emphasized that consciousness plays an active, effective role in social life and pointed out that it participates in historical development. History is made by people endowed with consciousness, which turns into an essential and important factor of social life. By cognizing the laws of social development, people can set themselves definite conscious aims on the basis of this knowledge and work for their realization. Ideas, because they have appeared and exist in consciousness, express definite interests of people. They cannot remain within the framework of their ideal existence but strive for reality and for embodiment into practice. But for ideas to turn into reality, there should be material prerequisites which are created in the course of historical development. In order to be efficient, any theory must correspond to these real conditions, otherwise it will be without foundation and inevitably pass out of the picture. The cause of success or failure of one or another idea lies not only in the idea itself, but, above all, in the prevalent social relations, in their contradictions and in the alignment of social forces and interests. 279. How powerful or effective social ideas are depends on the extent to which they are endorsed by the masses. To become embodied in reality, ideas must grip the masses, inspire and arouse them to action. This is possible only if they will express definite social interests. Ideas mean nothing at all if people are not interested in them. In order to carry out ideas, men are needed who dispose of a certain practical force. One people will fight for the realization of ideas only if they see that these ideas embody their real interests, and only provided they are easily understood by the masses. In a class society, however, there are always two types of ideas: the ideas of the ruling and the oppressed classes, expressing the diverse and opposing social interests of these classes. Some ideas are progressive, others reactionary, but all of them play an active role in social development, even if this activity does develop in opposite directions. Reactionary social ideas and theories express the interests of the moribund forces of society, of the social classes which are on their way out. They are active in the negative sense. Such, for instance, are the different ideological theories of modern imperialism, which are aimed at checking the onward march of history and hampering the objective historical necessity of society's transition from capitalism to socialism. In modern capitalist countries, the ruling class strives to subject the masses to its ideological influence. For this purpose it uses all modern means of information and mass media. Quite often the monopoly bourgeoisie manages to confuse the consciousness of the people, with the result that part of the working people, beguiled by bourgeois propaganda, may act contrary to their fundamental objective interests. Progressive ideas play a qualitatively different role in the life of society. Expressing the urgent needs of society, the interests of the progressive social classes, they help promote social progress and accelerate and facilitate historical development. Historical experience shows that the active and transforming role played by progressive ideas 280 was manifested most forcibly in the epoch of social revolutions, when broad masses of people were drawn into historical activity. Thus, in their time, bourgeois political and philosophical theories played a progressive role in the fight against feudalism. At that stage, the interests of the bourgeoisie temporarily coincided with those of the working masses. Nevertheless, the progressive significance of the ideology of the rising bourgeoisie was limited because of the egoistic class interests of the bourgeois class. The impact of Marxist-Leninist ideology on historical development is fundamentally different in character. The Marxist-Leninist theory gives concentrated expression to and generalizes material social processes, something not even the most progressive theory of the past could do. It grips the minds of broad masses of working people, for it corresponds to their basic social interests. Accordingly, it became a mighty ideological weapon in the revolutionary remaking of society. The profound revolutionary transformation of society which had been and is being accomplished in the 20th century stems from the fact that broad masses of working people on all continents are being drawn into vigorous historical activity. Their struggle for a new, genuinely just life is illumined by the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, which penetrate deep into the consciousness of millions of people and constitute a great social force in the present-day epoch. 4 forms and specific features of social consciousness. The main forms of social consciousness: political ideology, juridical ideology, morality, religion, art, philosophy, arose in the process of historical development on the basis of definite social requirements. There were no developed forms of social consciousness in primitive society, and rudiments of ideology in the shape of primitive art, morality, and early forms of religion existed as undifferentiated, primitive consciousness, which corresponded to the still undeveloped social being with an extremely low level of the productive forces. Marx and Engels pointed 281 out that in primitive society consciousness was at first woven into material activity. It was only after the appearance and development of class society that social spiritual life began differentiating into specific forms. Each form of social consciousness is called to life by definite social requirements. Political and juridical ideology, for example, arose as a result of the appearance of private property, classes, and the state. The primitive undifferentiated forms of morality, art, and religion developed into specific ideological forms when the level of social development reached a higher stage. In the process of historical development of society and its spiritual life, a definite correlation of forms of social consciousness took shape in each socio-economic formation. Some of them dominated others and flourished, while some were in a state of decline and stagnation. Thus, in the feudal epoch, religion was the dominating form of ideology which subjugated all other forms of ideology, philosophy, politics, and jurisprudence. Under capitalism, political and juridical ideology comes to the forefront. Upon coming to power, the bourgeoisie brings into play political and juridical ideas and strives to fix its economic and political domination in juridical forms, thus giving it a semblance of legality. Subsequently, in the process of society's transition to communism, a radical change takes place not only in the content but also in the structure of social consciousness. Religion, as a perverted reflection of reality, will finally disappear. At the same time, society's requirements will engender a more powerful upsurge in science. Political and juridical consciousness will wither away, and morality, which will become the principal regulator of human relations, will increase its sphere of operation. The conditions of life in communist society will be conducive to the blossoming of art and scientific philosophy. Social consciousness has different forms depending on the subject and the method of reflecting social being. Each form reflects a definite aspect of social being in its own way, in a language that is peculiar to it. Political ideology reflects the relations between classes. Morality reflects both the relations between people and man's attitude to the collective or society. There are also different methods. 282. For reflecting reality. Philosophy and science reflect the object in the form of logical concepts, laws, and theories, while in art this reflection takes the form of artistic images, and in morality and law, rules and norms governing the behavior of people. It is also possible to ascertain the difference in the forms of social consciousness by the functions they perform in social life, by the social role they play. Political ideas, for instance, formulate the social tasks of the classes and define the activity of political organizations and institutions, while morality molds the moral qualities of men and with the help of specific moral principles regulates human relations, and so forth. Ideological forms also differ from one another by the character of their connection with the economic basis of society. Political and juridical ideologies stand closer to the economic basis than any other ideological form. They reflect the relations of production more or less directly and are shaped under the immediate influence of economy. For this reason, Engels calls them ideologies of the first order. Philosophy and art reflect the economic basis indirectly through a series of intermediate links and primarily through the prism of political ideology, in political attire. These ideological spheres stand further away from the economic basis, and to quote Engels, soar still higher in the air. As regards religion, it stands furthest away from material life and seems to be most alien to it. 1. Marx and Engels, Selected Works, Volume 2, p. 397. Thus, the forms of social consciousness differ from each other according to the subject and method of reflecting social being, to the social functions and the character of their interconnections with the economic basis of society. But this difference is relative inasmuch as not a single form of social consciousness is isolated and all of them are in close interconnection and interaction. The consciousness of each epoch is an integral system of views of one or another social class. Each form of social consciousness to a certain degree influences all other forms and in its turn is subjected to their influence. Art influences morality and is itself influenced by politics, philosophy, and morality. Religious ideology, which influenced and 283. still influences some philosophical trends, is at the same time influenced by certain philosophical ideas. The decisive role in this interaction is played by political ideology as one that is most closely connected with the economy of society. Let us now study the basic forms of social consciousness in greater detail. Political ideology. Lenin defined politics as a concentrated expression of economics, as its epitome and culmination. The politics of a particular social class directly express its main and decisive class interests. The political sphere has its own specific object of reflection in social life, namely, the interrelations of social classes. Politics reflect economy through the prism of class relations, which take the form of class struggle in antagonistic class formations and of cooperation of working classes under socialism. Politics embrace the aims and tasks advanced by the social classes in the struggle for their interests, and also methods and means of expressing and defending these interests. The relation of classes to the state and its tasks and forms of activity are one of the cornerstones of politics. It also covers the relations between nations and states. Relations between states is the sphere of foreign policy, which is inseparably bound up with the internal policy of the ruling class and is, in effect, its continuation. It follows, therefore, that in the broad sense of the word, politics are relations between classes, nations, and states, the struggle of classes for domination in society, for state power and for directing its activity. In this definition, politics are viewed as political relations and actions. But in politics an important role is also played by political ideology, i.e., definite political theories and views, which are the ideological basis of the interests, aspirations, and aims of a given social class. Political ideology is a system of ideas of a definite social class, which express its attitude to other classes, its views of the class. 284. Struggle and revolution, social and state structure, relations between nations and states and problems of war and peace. Political ideology finds its expression in the constitutions of countries, in the programs and slogans of political parties and other political organizations. In contemporary historical conditions, two political ideologies directly confront each other: the Marxist-Leninist ideology, which expresses the interests of the working class and all working people, and the ideology of the imperialist bourgeoisie, which expresses the interests of the exploiters. The political ideology of the contemporary imperialist bourgeoisie is reactionary and anti-scientific. Its task is to justify and substantiate the need to preserve capitalist relations, and to achieve this ideologists of modern capitalism are advancing diverse political and economic theories: people's capitalism, welfare society, established society, and so forth. They are doing their utmost to justify the foreign policy of the imperialist states, which is determined by the class interests of monopoly capital and expresses its aggressive nature. The modern imperialist bourgeoisie propagandizes the Cold War policy and the arms race, the positions of strength policy in international relations, the idea of neocolonialism aimed at enslaving the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America and at suppressing the national liberation movement of the colonial and dependent countries. The political ideology of Marxism-Leninism is scientific and consistently revolutionary. Its principles were set forth by Marx and Engels in the Manifesto of the Communist Party. In contemporary conditions, the chief task of the Marxist-Leninist political ideology in the capitalist countries is to organize and rally the working class for the struggle against the exploiting system and to unite round the proletariat broad sections of the working people of town and country, the peasants, petty bourgeoisie, and the progressive intelligentsia, all those oppressed by monopoly capital. Under capitalism and in transitional society there also exists a petty bourgeois political ideology which reflects the interests and views of the petty boor. 285. Geoicy, peasantry, and artisans. It reflects the ambivalent position of these social groups. On the one hand, they oppose exploitation and support revolutionary action and democracy and, on the other, champion private property, exhibit uncertainty and are inclined to make concessions to reaction. The petty bourgeois, anti-feudal, and anti-capitalist theories, which arise in modern conditions in the countries that had broken the chains of colonialism, play a relatively progressive part. Therefore, it is the task of the revolutionary forces to use the progressive democratic content of these theories in the struggle against imperialism and neocolonialism. The scientific principles of the political ideology of Marxism-Leninism in the contemporary epoch have been creatively developed and elaborated in such important documents of the world communist movement as the Declaration and Statement of the Moscow 1957 and 1960 meetings, the program of the CPSU and the programs of other fraternal parties. One of the fundamental principles of Marxist-Leninist political ideology is proletarian internationalism, recognition of the equality of all nations and nationalities, and national sovereignty and independence of all peoples. The Soviet Union and other socialist states steadfastly adhere to this principle in their policy. They support the just struggle of the peoples for freedom and independence and furnish them all-round assistance. Juridical ideology. Juridical ideology, or consciousness of law, is closely related to politics. This relationship is determined firstly by the fact that the dominating relations of production are directly reflected in legal norms, and that no other forms of ideology are as closely connected with society's economic basis as political and juridical ideologies. Secondly, law is forged under the decisive influence of the policy of the ruling class. The basic interests of the class in power are fixed into a definite system of juridical principles and laws, and their obligatory character is sanctioned by the state. In the Manifesto of the Communist 286 Party, Marx and Engels define jurisprudence as the will of the ruling class elevated to law. But law as such should not be identified with juridical ideology. Law is a system of mandatory rules of human behavior in society which are fixed in definite laws and backed by state compulsion. On the other hand, juridical ideology is the sum total of views expressing the attitude of a given class to the existing law, to legislation. It is the conceptions of what is legal and illegal, mandatory and optional. Like other forms of social consciousness, juridical ideology has a specific character. Consciousness of the law reflects society's economic relations in specific juridical notions, in conceptions about the duties of the members of society, about the law and legality. It reflects not only economic, but also political and family relations. Yet juridical ideology reflects social relations from the standpoint of juridical regulation of the behavior and actions of members of society. Engels wrote that economic facts must assume the form of juristic motives in order to receive legal sanction. One, juristic motives and juridical norms is the specific language which is used to express economic and other social relations in the ideological form of legal consciousness. Hence, juridical ideology has a normative character regulating the behavior of people in society. Its basic categories are rights and duties, law and legality, court and justice, crime and punishment, etc. Like political theories, juridical theories have a patent class character. In an antagonistic society, the juridical ideas of the ruling class serve to substantiate the legality of given social relations based on a definite type of property. The ruling class not only consolidates the relations of production in which it is vitally interested through juridical laws, but also puts forward specific juridical ideology to present its law as the only just one. Thus, bourgeois juridical ideology interprets bourgeois law as personification of supreme justice, bourgeois democracy as the ideal democratic organization, and bourgeois court as unbiased. In actual fact, however, bourgeois law defends the interests of capitalist property, bourgeois democracy provides only formal but not genuine equality before the 287 law and is only a form of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Socialist law expresses the state will of the working people under the leadership of the working class in society and the state. In his work The State and Revolution, Lenin profoundly substantiated the necessity of law and the role it plays in socialist society. During the first phase of communism, society cannot do without law, which is necessary in the capacity of regulator in the distribution of products and the allotment of labor among the members of society. Legal rules are needed, Lenin pointed out, to teach people to work for society without any rules of law, i.e., to work the communist way, giving their abilities to the full. Under socialism, the law expresses the interests of all people, strengthens and safeguards social property as the economic basis of the new society. The transition of society to communism will signify an all-round extension of citizens' rights, of the freedom of the individual. In the process of this transition, juridical standards will gradually turn into moral standards, thus leading to the establishment of the principles of communist society. Morality. The distinguishing feature of morality as a form of ideology is that it reflects those aspects of social being which are connected with the relation of people to one another, the relation of the individual to his class and to other classes, to the collective and to society as a whole. Morality as a form of social consciousness is the aggregate of historically established and historically changing rules and standards of human behavior, which are common for a given class or for society as a whole. The behavior of men from the viewpoint of morality is judged by the moral categories of good and evil, justice and injustice, honor and dishonor, conscience, duty, etc. Morality has many aspects in common with law, because legal relations are also connected with the behavior of 288 people in society. But unlike legal standards, which are expressed in the form of laws and which are backed by the compulsory sanction of the state, morality rests on the force of public opinion, man's inner convictions, habits, and upbringing. Law is the will of the ruling class elevated to statute, while morality is the will of a class which has become its public opinion. While the oppressed classes do not have their own law because they do not possess state power, they always had and do have their revolutionary morality. Before Marxism, there was no scientific theory of the origin and essence of morality. The pre-Marxist ethical theories were under the sway of religious and idealistic moral theories. Today, too, idealism characterizes bourgeois philosophy of morality. It was only Marxism that revealed the true sources of morality, its class and historical character, its place and role in social development. The founders of Marxism exposed the untenability of the views which attributed morality to divine injunctions, the absolute idea, the eternal nature of man, and the like. They proved scientifically that the source of moral ideas lies in human society, whose foundation are economic relations. All moral theories, wrote Engels, have been hitherto the product, in the last analysis, of the economic conditions of society obtaining at the time. 1. Though Marxism says that the economic relations of society are the ultimate source of moral views, this does not mean that it denies the influence exerted by other factors of social life on their formation and development. Economic relations act on the moral consciousness of men both directly and indirectly through political and legal relations, philosophy, religion, and art. Moral traditions and customs are so powerful that some moral views persist long after the disappearance of the economic conditions which had engendered them. At the same time, morality is a historical phenomenon. It took shape and developed simultaneously with the appearance and development of human society. The principles of morality, the standards and rules of men's behavior, as well as the content of the moral conceptions of good and evil, justice and injustice, etc., are neither eternal nor immutable, established for all times. They have constantly varied and are varying under the influence of changes in production and above all in production relations. The conceptions of good and evil, wrote Engels, have varied so much from nation to nation and from age to age that they have often been in direct contradiction to each other. One moral progress in the history of society consisted in the perfection of men as moral beings, the development in them of the sense of civic and personal dignity and the desire to serve the interests of society. The actual bearers of moral progress and the supreme moral values of mankind have always been the working people. The most important factor of moral progress was the revolutionary struggle of the oppressed working people, in which men acquired such qualities as hatred of exploitation, courage, loyalty to social duty, solidarity, etc. Marxism, while recognizing the existence of universal elements of morality, focuses attention on the class content of morality, For in a society divided into antagonistic classes there cannot be one morality both for the ruling and the exploited classes. In a slave-owning society, the dominant morality is that of the slave owners, in feudal society that of the feudals, and in bourgeois society that of the capitalists. They are opposed by the moral standards and principles of the slaves, peasants, and proletarians. Bourgeois morality sanctifies private property and exploitation, and yet extreme individualism is one of its fundamental principles. Man is to man a wolf. This is the essence of capitalist practice and of the morality reflecting this practice. The morality of the exploiters is opposed by the wholesome, life-asserting morality of the working class, which is the embryo of a new, communist morality. Our morality, Lenin wrote, stems from the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat. 2. The working class is the bearer of the lofty moral principles of the heroic struggle against violence and oppress. Zion, the principles of the fraternity of all peoples and lofty humane ideals. By fulfilling its historic mission, the proletariat is destined to effect a moral revival of mankind, assert new social principles that are based on the cooperation and mutual support of people, and give men the fruits of their labor, the happiness of creation, and every opportunity to develop their talents. In this struggle the working class and its Marxist parties are followed by all the exploited masses, and the principles of proletarian morality in ever greater measure become the morality of all working people. The present-day revolutionary and national liberation struggle of the working people contains many examples of devotion to a high moral duty. These include the life and work of Maurice Thorez, Palmiro Togliatti, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Julian Grimaud, Nikos Baloyanis, Patrice Lumumba, and many others. All nations have their heroes whose life is the embodiment of the lofty moral principles of selfless service to humanity. With the victory of socialism, communist morality acquires all the necessary conditions to develop to the full. Characterizing the essence and the tasks of the new morality, Lenin said that it is based on the struggle for the consolidation and completion of communism. The ethical principles and standards of this new, genuinely humane morality are set down in the program of the CPSU. The most important principles and features of communist morality are devotion to the communist cause, love for the socialist motherland, conscientious labor for the good of society, a high sense of public duty, revolutionary humanism, and socialist internationalism. Communist morality presupposes consistent implementation of the principles of collectivism, comradely mutual assistance, friendship, and fraternity of all the peoples of the USSR, uncompromising attitude to all who violate public interests, and to the enemies of communism, peace, and freedom of nations. Being an element of the superstructure, communist morality is exerting and will continue to exert beneficial influence in ever-growing measure on all aspects of life of the new society, on economy, politics, and culture. For every step towards communism signifies a further expansion of the sphere of operation of the moral factor and the enhancement of the role played by the principles of communist morality in the life of society. The moral ity of the builder of communism is a new stage in man's moral progress. Religion. Like the other forms of social consciousness, religion is a reflection of social being. But the specific feature of this ideological form is that it reflects reality in an unreal, illusory light in which, to quote Engels, the terrestrial forces assume the form of supernatural forces. 1. Religion is a definite set of ideas and conceptions that distort reality, i.e., a system of supernatural conceptions and myths. It also includes specific sentiments and actions of man and religious rites which constitute religious worship. These actions and rites express man's attitude to the supernatural world, to God, and the believer's illusory idea that he influences the other world. Religion, Plekhanov wrote, can be defined as a more or less harmonious system of conceptions, sentiments, and actions. Conceptions form the mythological element of religion, sentiments constitute the field of religious feelings, and actions relate to the field of religious worship, or, in other words, cult too. Being a specific form of social consciousness, religion performs a special social function. Lenin called Marx's famous utterance that religion is opium for the people the cornerstone of Marxism's world outlook on the question of religion. Claiming to be the sole authority in world outlook and morality, religion misguides the believers and misinterprets their vital interests and needs. By preaching divine predestination it fetters man's activity, subjugating it to illusory ideals and aims. Despite the idealists' assertions that religion is eternal. 292. Marxism-Leninism has shown that religion is an historical phenomenon. It originated at a definite stage of human development and will inevitably disappear in the future. Initially, fetishism of religion developed in the consciousness of the primitive man as a reflection of his helplessness in the struggle against the elements. But with the division of society into classes, it were the relations of exploitation and social oppression that became the main source nurturing religion. Lenin noted that in a bourgeois society religion's principal roots are social. Under conditions of private property, fear of the blind force of capital makes the masses religious. As an ideological form, religion possesses a considerable degree of relative independence. It is this that explains its exceptional conservatism, owing to which religious beliefs and myths continue to live long after the disappearance of the social conditions that engendered them. Yet religion is also subject to changes taking place in history. What are called world religions, Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam, are the product of specific historical conditions, and change in line with the development of social relations. Religion is essentially anti-scientific. It appeals to divine revelation and gives a distorted picture of natural and social life. That is why a decisive battle is being waged between science and religion for many centuries already. Great scientists and materialist philosophers had criticized religious prejudices. In the course of many centuries the Church mercilessly throttled science and persecuted scientists, prohibited the dissemination of progressive ideas, destroyed books by progressive thinkers, many of whom had died in jail or at the stake. Today the Church is compelled to take the new historical conditions into account, finding it ever more difficult to wage an open struggle against science in view of the scientific and technical revolution and the growth of education and culture. That is why it propagandizes the idea of harmony between belief and intellect, religion and science. The purpose of the efforts to reconcile religion with science is to win more room for religious belief at the expense of scientific knowledge and to subject the achievements of modern science to religion. 293. But whatever the extent to which religion modernizes itself, it remains hostile to scientific progress and is directed against the scientific world outlook as a whole. Today the lot of religion in the capitalist countries is difficult and contradictory, in view of the general decline of religiosity, especially among the working class. This process flows from the growing influence of socialism, the crisis of the world capitalist system, the intensification of the class struggle and scientific and technical progress. In most capitalist countries religious organizations are formally separated from the state, and their constitutions proclaim freedom of conscience. In actual fact, however, the Church is becoming part of the machinery of state, and the rising generation is still subjected to religious influence. An ever-increasing role in the political and ideological activity of imperialism is now being played by clericalism, which has its own political parties standing in power in some capitalist countries. The reactionary clericals are striving to split the working class movement, to destroy the unity of the believers and the unbelievers in the class struggle. Yet some clergymen frequently criticize bourgeois society and talk about the difficult condition of the working people. This is particularly characteristic of the left wing of Catholicism. In view of the fact that some ministers refuse to support anti-communism and side with the forces of democracy and peace, it is not improbable that an agreement may be reached with this section of clergy for waging a joint political struggle. The Marxist parties welcome these changes in the policy of the Church. They enter into political dialogue with progressive clergymen and support their condemnation of the imperialism's aggressive policy and approval of the policy of peaceful coexistence of capitalist and socialist states. The Marxist dialectical materialist world outlook organically includes atheism. The Marxist Party's historical task of liberating the working people from all forms of subjugation also envisages their emancipation from religious oppression. To overcome religion, it is necessary to eradicate those social relations of exploitation which breed belief in supernatural forces. For this reason the fight 294 against religion should necessarily be studied in concrete connection with the class struggle of the working people. In the matter of surmounting religion, Marxism-Leninism is opposed both to the right-wing opportunist trend of reconciling religious and socialist ideologies and to the left-wing sectarian tendency of foisting a political war against religion on the proletariat. Right-wing opportunism in religious matters signifies relinquishment of Marxism's ideological positions, while left-wing sectarian anarchism leads to opposition between the believers and the unbelievers, pushes the problem of religion to the forefront and transfers the ideological struggle against religion to the sphere of political struggle. The Marxist-Leninist parties in the capitalist countries are guided by Lenin's thesis about the unity of action of the working people, both atheists and believers, in the struggle against imperialism. Unity in this really revolutionary struggle of the oppressed class for the creation of a paradise on earth, Lenin wrote, is more important to us than unity of proletarian opinion on paradise in heaven. One Marxists-Leninists proceed from the fact that philosophical and religious differences are not an obstacle to the working people's joint struggle for their common interests. The fight against religion is not an end in itself, but should be subordinated to the principal task, the struggle for peace, democracy, and socialism. The interests of political struggle must be given priority, for in the final count the emancipation of the working people from religious prejudices depends on how successful the struggle against imperialism is. Today tens of millions of people in the colonial and dependent countries are rising against imperialism and colonialism. In the main they are peasants. That is why Marxists-Leninists should take into account the dialectical complexity and the contradictory nature of the situation. For various reasons, insufficiently high level of class consciousness, ignorance of scientific theory, the power of traditions of a given country and religious upbringing, democratic and national liberation movements may assume also a religious form. Lenin wrote, Political Pro. 295. Tests in religious guise are common to all nations at a certain stage of their development. 1. Many revolutionary democratic leaders in the former colonies in Asia and Africa, for instance, refer to the ideology of Islam. Here, of course, it should be borne in mind that the national liberation struggle as such arises from social conditions and not religion. It is necessary to distinguish between the progressive content of the national democratic movements and their religious form. On the whole, these movements have a progressive, anti-imperialist character. A radical breakthrough in the solution of the religious question comes with the victory of socialist revolution and achievement of genuine freedom of conscience. The Great October Socialist Revolution created conditions for emancipating the working people from religious beliefs and traditions on a mass scale. Lenin's decree on the separation of the church from the state and the school from the church, promulgated on January 23, 1918, prohibited any restriction of the freedom of conscience, established equality of all religions and proclaimed the right of citizens not to profess any religion and to be atheists. Freedom to observe religious rites was guaranteed, provided they did not violate public law and order and did not impair the rights and the health of citizens. The school became genuinely secular and free of any influence on the part of the church. The victory of socialism dealt a decisive blow at religion's social roots and undermined them. With the establishment of socialism in the USSR and the destruction of the class basis of religion, atheistic work in the country assumed the form of scientific critique of religious ideology, propaganda of scientific knowledge and moral education. The principal content of atheistic propaganda became materialist explanation of natural and social phenomena for the purpose of cultivating a progressive world outlook. During the years of Soviet power, an overwhelming majority of people in the USSR cast religion aside and became firm in their scientific world outlook. But a part of Soviet citizens still harbor religious prejudice. 296. Dices as survivals of the past in their consciousness. They, undoubtedly, play a negative role in the building of communism. That is why a great deal of attention is devoted to scientific atheistic education of the working people, which is viewed as a component of communist education. The surmounting of religion is a difficult and protracted process which is connected with the further development and improvement of socialist social relations, elevation of the general educational and cultural level of the whole population, all-round spiritual development of the individual and betterment of educational work. In communist society, Marx wrote in Capital, the religious reflection of the real world will disappear completely and the practical relations of everyday life will offer to man none but perfectly intelligible and reasonable relations with regard to his fellow men and to nature. 1. The road to the communist future is one of complete emancipation of man from religious beliefs and conceptions, of the triumph of reason and science. Art. Art differs from other forms of social consciousness in both its object and in the way it reflects reality. It is the specific feature of art that it deals mainly with the social man, his destiny, character, and attitude to the surrounding life, his spiritual world, his activities, thoughts, and sentiments. The peculiarity of art consists in that it reflects reality in the form of artistic images and not in the scientific-logical form. Science and philosophy reflect natural and social phenomena in logical categories and abstract notions, but art reflects them in the form of artistic images. Literary, stage, musical and other artistic images disclose the essence of reality, the content of social relations and the truth of life through the individual in a concrete sensual form. Images created by art are individual and concrete. But they reflect the common features of a whole group of phe. 297. Nomina and artistically generalise reality, disclosing the general through the particular, through living images. For instance, the character of Pavel Vlasov in Gorky's Mother reflects the typical features of the Russian revolutionary proletariat. Through artistic images art cognizes reality, the nature of social contradictions. It also appraises phe nomina occurring in life, regarding them either as beautiful or ugly, lofty or base, tragic or comic. The social function of art, its influence on social life, is first and foremost manifested in its educational significance. Chernyshevsky wrote that art is a textbook of life. Its ideological educational force lies in the great emotional influence it exerts on men's consciousness. Idealist theories of art seek to tear it away from the social foundation on which it arises. They view works of art either as a manifestation of the eternal, absolute notion of beauty, or as an expression of the subjective human ego independent of social conditions. Art, they say, exists only for art's sake. Despite these assertions, however, the history of art shows that its development is inseparably bound up with social life, that it is a reflection of social conditions and the life of society. Like any other form of social consciousness, art develops in close connection with social progress and reflects the changes taking place in social being. But compared with other forms of ideology, politics, and law, for instance, art is more removed from the economic basis, and such factors as artistic traditions and the state of the political and spiritual life of society play a special role in its development. Art reflects changes in society's economy very indirectly. The history of art knows many instances when it made rapid headway in countries with a relatively backward economy and died away in industrially advanced states. This proves that in a class society art does not directly reflect the level of production, but the sum total of social conditions, the course of the class struggle, and so forth. Continuity plays a big role in the development of art. Great classical works of world art do not die with the disappearance of the social conditions in which they were created, but continue to live a new life expressing social human sentiments and moods. Genuine art is always popular in character. Literary, musical, and artistic masterpieces have always expressed. 298. The thoughts and aspirations of the people. Here is what Gorky wrote about people as the creator of art. The people are not only the force which creates all material values, they are the sole and inexhaustible source of spiritual wealth, the first philosopher and poet in time, beauty, and creative genius, who have created all the great poems, all the tragedies, including the greatest of them, the history of world culture. 1. In its development, professional art was always closely bound up with folk art. Pushkin, Gogol, Stendhal, Hugo, Dickens, Tolstoy, and many other brilliant writers reflected in their works, sometimes unwittingly, the sentiments, moods and hopes of the lowest social strata. Great artists of the past sought their characters in the storehouse of folk art, and were inspired by the thoughts and ideas prevalent among the people, and by their faith in the victory of good over evil. Being a form of ideology, art in a class society is of a class character, although it does have certain features common to all men. Whether they know it or not, writers and artists always express the interests of definite social classes, their outlook, views, and the attitude to the surrounding world. The writer, as Gorky aptly put it, is the eyes, ears, and voice of his class. In a class society, art cannot stand in isolation from politics, from the system of class relations. Some people endeavor to prove that ideology is alien to free art and that it impedes its development. Yet it is common knowledge that at all times there can be no genuine artistic creativity without ideas, and art degenerates if it lacks profound ideological content. In modern capitalist countries, genuine art is often replaced with pseudo-art, with the products of the mass culture, which are primitive in form and anti-humanistic in content. The leitmotif of this mass production, as well as of many modernistic decadent works, is dehumanization of man. Such art seeks to prove the invariability of man's nature and the impossibility substantially to alter human relations, and tries to show that human nature in general is dominated by primitive instincts and base feelings, egoism and 299. Brutality. It justifies and lauds people who trample upon moral principles and outrage human dignity. The main evil of the anti-realistic, decadent bourgeois art is its refusal truthfully to reflect reality. It destroys the artistic form, leads people away from life, draws their attention away from burning problems of the day, and strives to infuse them with pessimism and despair. It would be wrong and one-sided, nevertheless, to see nothing but signs of degeneration and disintegration in the art of modern bourgeois society. The deep-going contradictions of imperialism are also caused by the growth of the progressive, above all the revolutionary forces, that are fighting against imperialism, for everything that is new and progressive. Truthful art should reflect these contradictions and show the life-asserting tendencies. The greater the extent to which imperialism exposes itself as an anti-popular system, the more emphatically real artists sever their ties with it. Theodore Dreiser, George Bernard Shaw, Romain Rolland, Lion Feuchtwanger, Thomas Mann, Ernest Hemingway, and many other talented Western writers vigorously condemned the anti-humanism of the capitalist system. At present, a considerable number of writers, producers and actors oppose the decadent trends in literature and art. Modern capitalism is hostile to true art. It fetters the creative activity and restricts the freedom of gifted writers and artists. This cannot but evoke protest on the part of creative workers and fosters their determination to uphold their freedom. But the protest of some modernists assumes the character of a one-man rebellion. Contemporary modernism is heterogeneous. In addition to artists who reject realism and ideas of social progress, modernistic trends have their adherents among artists who uphold progressive social ideas. Some of them strive for socialist ideas. In the works of left modernists there are contradictions between aesthetic principles and the social problems which are posed by the contemporary liberation revolutionary movement. With the victory of socialist revolution, art is freed of the selfish interests of the exploiting classes and acquires ample opportunity for development. In these new conditions the popular essence of art manifests itself with 300. Particular force. It asserts the ideas of revolutionary humanism and gives extensive development to the creative method known as socialist realism, which cannot be residential-tricked to the limits of some sort of ultimate formal definition. Its content is a true, realistic, and historically concrete portrayal of reality in its revolutionary development. The purpose of socialist realism, Maxim Gorky wrote, is to combat the survivals of the old world with its pernicious influence, to eradicate these influences. But its principal task is to foster the socialist, revolutionary world outlook. 1. The art of socialist realism accepts neither passivity nor a contemplatory attitude to reality, nor a departure from it. It summons people to an active struggle for the social remaking of the world. It is this type of art, which is distinguished by its profound national character, Communist Party spirit, revolutionary humanism, high sense of civic duty, truthfulness, deep understanding of reality and uncompromising attitude to bourgeois ideology and morality, that has been formed in the USSR since the establishment of Soviet rule. The method of socialist realism cannot give standard recipes for creative work. It is opposed in principle to routine and leveling in art, and gives wide scope to the personal initiative of the artist, his thoughts and imagination, individual abilities and inclinations in choosing artistic forms and means. For all the unity of its ideological conceptions, the art of socialist realism develops in a great variety of individual peculiarities and styles of the artists. Contributing his share in the building of the new, socialist society, the artist attains genuine creative freedom because his works and his thoughts do not serve the upper 10,000 as bourgeois art does, but the millions and tens of millions of working people, the flower of the country, its strength and its future. 2. True art serves the aspirations and interests of broad masses, of all progressive mankind in its fight for the lofty ideals of socialism and communism. 301. 5. Science and its place in the life of society. Science is an important component of man's spiritual culture. It is an orderly arrangement of man's increasing knowledge of the surrounding world, checked and verified by practice. Scientific knowledge expresses in precise concepts and laws the objective processes of natural and social development. Modern science is an extremely ramified system of separate branches of knowledge, whose number increases as science progresses. On the whole, however, all sciences may be divided into two groups: natural sciences and social sciences. What is common between these two big groups of sciences is that they study the same material world. The only distinction is that they study different aspects of this world, nature or society. Science dates back to a very remote period in human history, to the slave-owning system, when mental labor separated from physical labor and special group of people, scientists, made its appearance. In this period the existing rudiments of scientific knowledge began to shape into systems of knowledge under the impact of social practice. In the opinion of Engels, however, the beginning of modern natural science, as opposed to the natural philosophical speculations of the ancients, is connected with the emergence of capitalism. The rapid advance of natural sciences in Europe in the 16th to 18th centuries was above all fostered by the requirements of capitalist production. The requirements of social practice, of material production, are the mainspring and the chief motive force of the development of science. From the very beginning, Engels wrote, the origin and development of sciences has been determined by production. 1. But the ties between science and production are mutual in character. On the one hand, science is influenced by production and the needs of society, and on the other, the level of the productive forces largely depends on the state and level of scientific knowledge. Being a complex and many-sided social phenomenon, science is also connected with a multitude of other phenomena. Apart from the needs of material production, the direction and rates of scientific progress and application of scientific achievements are also influenced by such social factors as economic relations, social and political practice and the class struggle, the nature of the dominant world outlook and the level of spiritual culture as a whole, and also by the inner logic of scientific knowledge itself. Although the needs of social production are the principal source of scientific progress, it should not be identified with production processes. Scientific development characterizes the progressive and dialectically contradictory process of cognition. It is a process of constant change, verification, expansion, and deepening of the scientific picture of the world, its experimental and theoretical substantiation, criticism, and unceasing verification of conclusions. Science is the product of the spiritual life of society, the result of the mental, creative activity of many generations. Marx describes science as the general spiritual product of social development, a product of general historical development in its abstract form. 1. The relative independence of science as a special sphere of spiritual life is manifested in that the development of knowledge of the world does not and cannot automatically follow in the wake of production. Science has its own specific laws which differ from the laws of development of material production and social relations, and its own internal contradictions and problems. The tasks which social practice sets science can be solved only when knowledge has attained a definite level of development. Scientific discoveries can be made only on a definite scientific and theoretical basis. Of great importance for science, therefore, is continuity in the accumulation of scientific material, in which one scientific discovery leads to another and synthesizes theoretical and experimental material accumulated in the course of past progress. As a result of this inner logic of development, science raises new problems and makes new discoveries which greatly surpass the existing level of the development of the productive forces and the needs of society. As a complex social phenomenon, science has a definite relationship with the classes of society and its political and ideological superstructure, and is also connected with production and economy. Social sciences, in contrast to natural sciences, are more closely linked with the interests of classes, and consequently their conclusions, particularly the application of their achievements in practice, have a clearly defined class character. In a class society there cannot be non-class philosophy, political economy, jurisprudence, and so forth. The relationship between natural sciences and classes is much more difficult to qualify. By themselves, natural scientific laws and concepts, experimental results, and mathematical formulas obviously have no class content. Various classes can apply natural scientific discoveries under diverse modes of production to further their own interests. But it would be wrong to imagine that natural sciences are not subject to political or ideological influence. The content of any science is limited neither to the accumulated experimental material nor to the particular laws and formulas derived, or conclusions drawn from it. By cognizing the laws of the objective world, science in one or another way influences people's world outlook, which has a class character in a class society. In this respect, science is closely bound up with the ideology of society. The ideology of different classes and parties makes its way into science through philosophy, religion, and morality. The ideology which dominates a given society is imposed on scientists in different ways, through traditions and the system of education, and by direct ideological and political influence. The general trend in scientists' thinking is influenced by the conditions of bourgeois society, by the domination of idealism and metaphysics in the modern capitalist society. Nonetheless, progressive scientists in capitalist countries are becoming increasingly aware that the reactionary imperialist ideology hampers scientific progress, and that only dialectical materialist philosophy can extricate science from ideological impasses. The history of science irrefutably proves that the rates 304 of scientific progress are steadily increasing. The gradual accumulation of facts and discoveries in different fields of knowledge leads to a rapid advancement of science, to a scientific and technical revolution, as is strikingly evidenced by the contemporary epoch. 20th century science has made a series of cardinal discoveries, many of which have radically changed the basis of industrial production. Among these achievements, special mention should be made of the unraveling of the mystery of the atomic nucleus, man's penetration into outer space, and cybernetics. Far more scientific work has been done in the last 50 years, wrote John Bernal, a distinguished British scientist, than in the whole of previous history. And this is no mere quantitative growth. At the same time there has been greater advance in the knowledge of the fundamental nature of a matter, animate and inanimate, than in any comparable period in the past. We may reasonably speak of a second scientific revolution in the 20th century. 1. There are about 2 million scientific workers in the world today, and their numerical growth is much faster than the natural increase in the population. The volume of scientific work doubles almost every decade. Science exerts an enormous influence on social progress. The swift development of science and the practical implementation of its achievements, scientific and technical and social progress are closely connected with each other. Science is playing an ever-increasing role in social development. The transformation of science into a direct productive force, of which Marx wrote a century ago, is constantly gathering momentum. Deeply penetrating into the production sphere, science makes it possible to automate production processes with the help of machines and without the direct participation of man. The application of the latest scientific achievements is a real scientific and technical revolution connected with complete automation, mechanization, chemicalization of production, and so forth. The social consequences of scientific and technical progress under modern capitalism are wholly different from those under socialism. Monopoly capital uses scientific research and technological improvements to obtain maximum profit, intensify labor and exploitation of the working people. Under state monopoly capitalism, scientific and technical discoveries always turn against the working people and give rise to unemployment. The imperialists use the achievements of human intellect to the detriment of man himself. A great calamity for mankind is the militarization of science. The lion's share of allocations for science is spent on military research. Over 50% of U.S. scientists and engineers are employed in this sphere. The militarization of science lends its development an increasingly anti-humanistic, man-hating character. And it is not science that is to blame, but imperialism, which wants to unleash a thermonuclear war on mankind. Progressive scientists are gravely alarmed at this trend in the development of science and speak up for peace and social progress. In bourgeois society, scientific financing and planning are conducted in the interests of the monopolies. In the contemporary epoch, scientific research is impossible without large laboratories, powerful accelerators of nuclear particles or other very expensive installations. Research, therefore, is either financed by the monopolies or directly by the state. Scientists become increasingly dependent on state monopoly capitalism. The majority of U.S. scientists work in research centers or universities which are controlled either by the state or by giant monopoly corporations. Thus, the bourgeoisie strives to turn the scientific and technical revolution into a major means for mobilizing forces to stave off its inevitable historical doom. The situation is totally different under socialism. Having emancipated science from filthy capitalist self-interest, to quote Lenin, the socialist social system assigned it genuinely humane tasks. Under socialism, science becomes a social force capable of satisfying the fundamental requirements of society. It transforms the nature of man's labor and his entire material and spiritual mode of life. Since the establishment of Soviet rule, science in Russia is enjoying the constant concern of the party and the people. Even in the hardest years, the socialist state stinted no means to finance the establishment of an extensive network of scientific research institutions and the training of 306 scientific personnel. Today there are more than 700,000 scientific workers, or 25% of the world's total, in the USSR. Soviet science has enormously contributed to the world's scientific and technical progress and has made outstanding headway in mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, medicine, geology, and other branches of knowledge. The Soviet Union's great achievements in space exploration are a concentrated reflection of the successes scored in many fields of modern scientific knowledge. Under socialism, Marxist-Leninist social science becomes a scientific basis for administering society. It studies the economic, political, and cultural processes in the development of the new social system, the relations between people and man's spiritual world. The development of socialist society is guided in conformity with the objective laws which are studied by social science. As it develops, socialism draws on everything advanced and progressive that human genius creates. And that is the earnest of socialism's invincibility. Chapter 9. Social Progress. Human history is a law-governed process of the development and succession of socio-economic formations, each being an integral social organism with its own characteristic features. But history is not a simple replacement or succession of formations. It is a progressive process in which each new phase, arising on the basis of conditions prepared by the past, constitutes a higher stage of development. 1. The concept and criterion of social progress. The concept of social progress in its developed form first appeared in modern social philosophy. The slow rate of development of the slave-owning and feudal societies prevented most thinkers of those days, particularly those who adhered to reactionary social views, from noticing its onward movement. In the early stages of history, the kaleidoscope of political events, viewed against the background of relatively invariable material conditions, usually gave rise to skepticism and pessimism about the social development. Most of the ancient writers regarded history either as a regression from the ancient Golden Age or as a cyclic process with recurring stages. But there were exceptions. Titus Carus Lucretius, for example, who expressed the interests of the advanced sections of the slave-owning class and upheld historical optimism in his philosophical poem De Natura Rerum. The Christian philosophy of history, which triumphed in Europe in the epoch of feudalism and which 308 was full of grief for the paradise lost forever, was one of undisguised pessimism. True, outwardly, this pessimism was somewhat moderated by the hopes for the coming of the Messiah, but these hopes had nothing in common with real history because the kingdom of God was promised in another world. Engels wrote that the Christians, having created a special history of the kingdom of God, negate the intrinsic significance of real history and recognize only the significance of their unworldly, abstract and, what is more, fictitious history. Claiming that mankind reaches consummation in their Christ, they attribute to history a false end aim, allegedly achieved by Christ. They cut history short in midstream and therefore, for the sake of consistency, are forced to depict the next 18 centuries as wild nonsense and utter nothingness. 1. The sight of world history causes a Christian philosopher merely to regret the vanity and transiency of human activities. And so when you see these great empires, I do not say kings and emperors that caused the whole universe to tremble, flash by before your eyes, when you see the ancient and new Assyrians, Medians, Persians, Greeks, and Romans rise and fall one after another before your eyes, this horrifying collapse makes you feel that there is nothing lasting in the human world and that inconstancy and instability are the lot of human activity. 2. The emergence of the capitalist mode of production and the rapid development of science and technology it entailed caused progressive 17th and 18th century philosophers to renounce the theological approach to the history of society. The social thought of the ideologists of the rising bourgeoisie was permeated with historical optimism. It was impregnated with the ardent belief that with the development of reason man's future was bound to be better than his past, that society was progressing, that the golden age and the genuine realm of reason lay ahead and not in the past. Man's ability to improve is boundless indeed, French 18th century enlightener Jean-Antoine Condorcet wrote. 309. He was convinced that sooner or later there would come a time when the sun will shine on an earth populated only by free people who recognize no master other than their reason, when tyrants and slaves, priests, and their stupid or hypocritical instruments will exist only in history and in theaters. One Condorcet held that human progress was subordinated to certain general laws and that their knowledge helped foresee, direct and accelerate social development. The concept of social progress advanced by enlighteners was profoundly revolutionary by nature. It substantiated the breakup of feudal relations and heralded the birth of a new society. It was on its basis that the numerous systems of utopian socialism rose and developed. At the same time it contained a whole range of major theoretical errors. First, it lacked a historical outlook on things. In their criticism of feudalism, the enlighteners neither could nor wanted to explain the medieval phenomena, which they hated, from a historical point of view, and wrongly viewed them merely as a pause in history, as a period of wholesale barbarity. Second, it was impossible to establish an objective material criterion of social progress on the basis of philosophical idealism that was dominant then. Consequently, they used as criterion such idealistic factors as man's intellect, culture, and self-consciousness. Abstract arguments about progress in general and its idealistic motive forces, naturally, were not scientific. The decline of revolutionary enthusiasm and disappointment in the realm of reason proclaimed by the Enlighteners, on the one hand, and the development of positive historical knowledge, on the other, were bound to lead to the crisis of their concept of progress, which rested on abstract ideals rather than on concrete historical knowledge. The most profound pre-Marxist theoretical interpretation of the problem of progress was given by Hegel, whose concept was indissolubly bound up with his dialectics. Development, he wrote, is an onward movement from the imperfect to the more perfect, and the former should not be taken in the abstract merely as something imper. 310. Feet but as something that at the same time contains its opposite, what may be called the perfect as embryo, as urge. 1. According to Hegel, history is not simple change but progress in the consciousness of freedom, in the course of which the old serves as an indispensable foundation for the new. Each historical people performs a definite mission and then gives way to another. But, linking historical progress with the self-development of the world spirit, Hegel could not explain concretely the transition from one stage of social development to another. Why does a new, so-called historically progressive people emerge? Because, Hegel replies, it gains deeper knowledge of freedom than its predecessor. But why does it gain deeper but not the whole knowledge? To this question Hegel replies merely by referring to the world spirit. Moreover, according to him, social development reached completion with the Prussian monarchy, and the Hegelian philosophy of history itself turns into theodicy, into justification of God in his story. The dialectical materialist conception of history, elaborated by the genius of Marx and Engels and profoundly developed by Lenin, has alone been capable of producing a genuinely scientific theory of social progress. First, let us examine the concept of progress. The most common category which fixes the general that is inherent in any process, showing the existence of differences in one and the same volume taken at 2 points differing in time, is the concept of change. The concept of development is more narrow and therefore fuller in content. Its character is as the law-governed and integral change of a system, a change not of separate elements but of the internal structure of the object. Movement, as a change in general, is absolute, it embraces all the changes in all systems. The concept of development is relative and can be applied to a definite system only. Still narrower and richer in content is the concept of progress, which reflects the line of ascent in the development of a system, its movement from lower to higher forms. Marx stressed that the concept of progress should 311. Not generally be taken in ordinary abstraction. 1. The concepts of progress and regress have a definite meaning only with regard to the development of a particular system. Human society is an extremely complex, and at the same time a very interesting system which includes a multiplicity of subsystems. Since their development is more or less uneven, it is impossible to arrive at any general conclusions if progress or regress is judged on the basis of separate aspects of life. One is justified to speak of social progress only if there is social advancement in general, in the decisive spheres of social life. The most important is the economic sphere, the development of the mode of production of material values. It should be noted that in addition to studying social progress from the integral, general sociological viewpoint while presenting an outline of the general theory of historical materialism, as is done in the given case, it is also justifiable to survey progress in moral consciousness, science, art, law, and other specific spheres of social life. Here progress can be scientifically understood only if studied together with progress in the general sociological sense. At the same time it doubtlessly possesses a high degree of relative independence and therefore is the subject matter of ethics, history of art, jurisprudence, history of science and other special branches of knowledge, on the basis of historical materialist methodology. Every socio-economic formation prior to communism is a definite irreversible cycle of development in which the line of ascent ends sooner or later. But inasmuch as there is a definite law-governed continuity in human history as a whole, the material and spiritual values created within the framework of a given social structure do not disappear with it. New generations start their historical creative work where their predecessors had stopped, and this imparts to the historical process the character of uninterrupted progressive development, and not that of simple change or succession of social forms. The basis and criterion of social progress should be 312. Sought in the principal laws of historical development, that is, in the sphere of material life. Of the two aspects of the mode of production, the development of productive forces expresses the uninterruptedness of historical development. The progressive development of productive forces is characterized primarily by the continued development and improvement of the means of labor, ensuring the growth of labor productivity. However, improvement of the means of labor and production processes is organically interconnected with the improvement of the human element of productive forces, i.e., manpower, whose development imparts a fresh powerful impetus to the growth of the productivity of social labor. The growth of labor productivity, which may be expressed quantitatively, is one of the most important general laws governing social development, which operates throughout human history. The more material production develops, the bigger the role played in it by mental activity and the smaller the role of physical strength. The development of technology and productive forces is attended by the development of science which, to quote Marx, is the spiritual potential of production. The historical development and improvement of productive forces and man's growing mastery over nature are an absolutely indisputable fact. But the development of productive forces, despite the contradictory nature of this process, is accompanied by the development of relations of production and other forms of social relations. While the level of development of the productive forces shows the extent of man's mastery over nature, the character of relations of production makes it possible to gauge the degree of maturity of social organization itself. Each historical socio-economic formation had a higher type of relations of production than the one before it. In this sphere, progress was manifested in the fact that the new relations of production accelerated the development of the productive forces and provided man with slightly greater opportunities for development. However much a serf may have suffered from the feudal yoke, he, nevertheless, had more freedom than an ancient slave. He was not only a direct productive force, but also the creator of an original culture, and when the feudal system neared 313. its end, it was the peasant movement that chiefly determined the character and scope of bourgeois revolutions. However oppressive the capitalist discipline of hunger and however false the bourgeois democracy may be, the freedom from personal dependence opens before the workers such prospects about which no serf could have ever dreamed. From the point of view of their organization, their spiritual development and the role they play in society, workers in capitalist society are immeasurably superior to all the former exploited classes. The faster social development proceeds, the greater is the mass of people taking an active part in historical action. With the thoroughness of the historical action, Marx wrote, the size of the mass whose action it is will therefore increase. 1. The growth of the role played by the masses in the historical process is a decisive aspect and a very important indicator of social progress. Each socio-economic formation, though itself historic ally limited, represents a new and higher stage than its predecessor. But when this new social structure exhausts its potentialities and begins to retard the development of the productive forces and other aspects of social life, it too is rejected by the progressive forces maturing in its bosom. Thus historical development, discarding the obsolete forms that restrain it, preserves and develops their vital content. The materialist understanding of history allows to give a positive answer to the question about the existence of the objective criterion of social progress, both in application to different spheres and to human society as a whole. Society is all the more progressive the more objective possibilities it offers for raising labor productivity and development of the productive forces, for the unhampered development and independent historical creativity of the main productive force and subject of history, the working masses, for the growth and satisfaction of their material and spiritual needs, and for the development and application of their creative abilities. Within the 314 framework of this criterion, special attention must be paid to the role played by the productive forces which are steadily progressing along the ascendant line and the productive ity of labor as general sociological categories which mirror the most important aspects of social life, including the level of technical development, the state of the production and other social relations. A generalist criterion of social progress makes it possible to draw a strictly scientific and objective distinction between the processes and phenomena occurring in society from the point of view of their historical progressiveness. The Marxist-Leninist theory of progress differs in principle from the bourgeois theories which set the development of technology apart from socio-political conditions. It may be noted that Lenin regarded the interests of development of productive forces as the supreme criterion of social progress and linked this indicator organically with the working masses' living conditions. The same technical and economic problems, arising in conditions where the level of productive forces is the same, are solved differently, and, what is especially important, have different social consequences in the capitalist and socialist countries. It is not so much technological progress that is important as the question of who benefits by it and how it influences the living conditions of the broad masses. An important law of social development in the conditions of pre-communist formations is the periodical disruption of history's general advance by reverse movements. Lenin stresses that it is undialectical, unscientific, and theoretically wrong to regard the course of world history as smooth and always in a forward direction, without occasional gigantic leaps back, that history advances by zigzags and roundabout ways. The reverse movement, regress, may affect both the system as a whole and different elements of a developing system. Taking advantage of the contradictory tendencies of social 315. Development, the reactionary classes can for a time prevail over the progressive forces and restore the obsolete social and political forms. Moreover, the progressive development of some phenomena and elements is often accompanied by the decline and degradation of others. Reactionary phenomena, however, are merely a product of disintegration of obsolete social forms and their replacement by new ones which have absorbed all the solid and valuable elements of the preceding forms. Society's history is made by people. History, Marx wrote, does nothing, it possesses no immense wealth, it wages no battles. It is man, real living man, that does all that possesses and fights. History is not a person apart, using man as a means for its own particular aims. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims. It follows, therefore, that it is social man who is the creator and vehicle of social progress, not a man in general, however, but specific social and class forces of society. The leading role in the struggle for peace and social progress in present-day society is played by Marxist-Leninist parties which unite all the progressive, revolutionary forces. The path of the communists is thorny and arduous. They have many enemies and opponents. Diverse and still powerful forces of world reaction, the forces of the enemies of social progress, are rallying under the banner of anti-communism. Nor does the communist movement itself develop without very serious contradictions. The influence of opportunism of all brands, revisionism, dogmatism, left sectarianism and nationalism at times sways not only certain party leaders but whole parties, thus undermining the strength and unity of the world communist movement. Reaction's victories, however, can be only partial and temporary. The revolutionary movement is invincible, and precisely because it is expressive of the progressive tendency of world social development, of the vital interests of the broad working masses, for the sake of which society is advancing along the path of progress. Two types of social progress. Progress has been going on all through human history. But its rates and types differ and depend on the nature of the social system. Typical of the primitive communal, slave-owning, and feudal societies were slow rates of development, recurrences of one and the same cycle and considerable periods without anything new appearing in their content. Explaining the protracted crisis of the slave-owning system, Engels wrote, among other things, ever slavery is the main form of production. It turns labor into servile activity, consequently makes it dishonorable for freemen. Thus the way out of such a mode of production is barred, while on the other hand slavery is an impediment to more developed production, which urgently requires its removal. This contradiction spells the doom of all production based on slavery and of all communities based on it. A solution comes about in most cases through the forcible subjection of the deteriorating communities by other, stronger ones. As long as these themselves have slavery as their foundation, there is merely a shifting of the center and a repetition of the process on a higher plane until finally a people conquers that replaces slavery by another form of production. 1. Capitalism vastly accelerates the rates of social development while aggravating the antagonism of social relations. It should be borne in mind that internal antagonistic development, which manifests itself in its extreme unevenness, disproportionality, and spontaneity, is not a transient, fortuitous, or particular trait of the exploiting society but the basic law of all class antagonistic formations. No antagonism, no progress, Marx wrote about the exploiting epoch. This is the law that civilization has followed up to our days. Development in the conditions of all exploiting formations is thus typified by antagonisms, unevenness, and zigzags. Engels wrote, since the exploitation of one class by another is the basis of civilization, its whole develop. 317. Ment moves in a continuous contradiction. Every advance in production is at the same time a retrogression in the condition of the oppressed class, that is, of the great majority. What is a boon for the one is necessarily a bane for the other. Each new emancipation of one class always means a new oppression of another class. 1. In antagonistic formations, progress in any one respect is usually attended by regress in another. The progress of technology and the development of social division of labor enormously increase its productivity. The reverse side of progress, however, are man's transformation into an appendage of the machine, dehumanization of labor, increasing social alienation and exploitation. Scientific progress leads to the appearance of new means of mass annihilation. The relatively high living standards in the developed capitalist countries have been achieved to a considerable extent through the ruthless exploitation of dependent countries. Capitalism, on the one hand, creates an unparalleled wealth of requirements and forms of human activity, and, on the other hand, it dooms the working masses to monotonous, stupefying labor which maims the individual and supplants all the physical and spiritual feelings with the one crude feeling of possession. This disparity between the material wealth of capitalist society and the crisis of its spiritual culture, the crisis of the individual, is especially evident in the contemporary epoch. Under capitalism, which has entered a period of general crisis, there is an unprecedentedly acute contrast between the amazing achievements of the latest scientific and technical revolution and the depth of moral degradation of the ruling exploiting elite. The zigzag nature of progress under capitalism finds expression in the fact that onward development is periodically interrupted and periods of rise alternate with periods of decline and reaction. Wars and economic crises destroy part of the accumulated productive forces. Capitalism is progressive because it destroys the old methods of production and develops productive forces, Lenin. 318. Wrote, yet at the same time, at a certain stage of development, it retards the growth of productive forces. It develops, organizes, and disciplines the workers, and it crushes, oppresses, leads to degeneration, poverty, etc. 1. This is particularly true of imperialism, which is a turn to reaction all along the line, which seeks to destroy even the democratic institutions that had been established earlier and breeds reactionary trends in ideology and culture. Mankind is now entering the period of unprecedented scientific and technical revolution, mastery of nuclear energy, space conquest, development of modern chemistry and biology, automation of production and other major achievements of science and technology. But capitalist relations of production considerably weaken the potentialities of the scientific and technical revolution. This revolution can be consummated and, what is most important, its fruit can be used in the interest of the masses only on the basis of new, socialist social relations. The antagonistic contradictoriness of historical progress that is peculiar to exploiting society is vividly reflected in Western sociology. The idea of progress was the most popular and exciting idea of the 19th century. Politicians SW or by progress, scientists wrote of progress, poets waxed enthusiastic about progress. But the theories of progress of the victorious bourgeoisie differed substantially from the conceptions of the revolutionary bourgeoisie. The ideologists of the rising bourgeoisie were very critical of the state of things at their time and regarded the idea of progress as a weapon of asserting the future. Beginning with the 1830s, the bourgeois theories of progress appealed more and more to the present instead of the future. But while they saw progress in the replacement of feudal relations by the capitalist, the ideologists of the victorious bourgeoisie no longer saw the possibility of further social development. With the victory of capitalist relations, with the establishment of capitalist civilization, history, they held, had done its job and had actually come to an end. There was nothing more to be. 319. Done, and all that remained was to admire what had been achieved and to embellish it in various ways. While the enlighteners urged to fight for a better future, the aim of history was now proclaimed achieved. Thus, the idea of progress, one-sidedly turned towards the past, gradually became an instrument of conformity to the existing system. Rejecting the scientific analysis of social processes proper, the Western bourgeois sociology since the mid-19th century preferred to discuss the laws of evolution in general, regarding it as an automatic process which people are powerless to change. The law of evolution proclaimed capitalist free competition to be the main motive force of social development. But as the antagonistic contradictions of capitalism grew more acute, sociological optimism also weakened and Western bourgeois sociology became more and more beset by doubts, skepticism, and pessimism. First the 1848 revolution and then the Paris Commune showed the more astute bourgeois ideologists that the existing order was unstable, and filled them with pessimism and fear. Although there was still talk about progress, especially in view of the tempestuous development and the increasing number of discoveries in science and technology, the development of capitalist society's productive forces, far from eliminating its basic contradictions, on the contrary, aggravated them to the extreme. This partly explained the disappointment with and then the undisguised animosity towards scientific and technical progress which penetrated into Western sociology in the last 30 years or so of the 19th century and subsequently manifested themselves in it in increasing measure. Typical of the mood of the bourgeois intellectuals of the time was the entry made by the well-known French writers, the Goncourt brothers, in their diary in 1869. They were saying that Berthelot had predicated that 100 years from now, thanks to physical and chemical science, man would know of what the atom is constituted, that he would be able to moderate the light of the sun at will, extinguish and kindle it again. To all of this we raise no objection, but we have a feeling that, when this time comes in science, God with his white beard will come down to earth, swinging a bunch of keys, and will say to 320. Humanity, the way they say at 5 o'clock in the salon, closing time, gentlemen. 1,1 With the advent of the era of imperialism and especially of the general crisis of capitalism, dismal moods began to grip bourgeois philosophers more and more. Nietzsche-Spengler pessimism, characteristic of the recessionary Western ideology of the early 20th century, not only expressed the bourgeoisie's perplexity and fear of the future, but also the appearance of new, subtler forms in the political and ideological defense of capitalism. In the 19th century, capitalism was usually portrayed as the best social system and the pinnacle of human evolution. In the current century, many bourgeois ideologists, finding it no longer possible to ignore the negative aspects of capitalism, are even playing them up, claiming at the same time that they are characteristic of human being in general. To all appearances they want to persuade people that the struggle against these evils is doomed to failure from the very start and can only bring them new and needless suffering. Life is abominable and terrible, social pessimist philosophers repeat over and over again, and it cannot be otherwise. There is no need to fight, nothing to strive for, nothing to hope for, the better man knows the world, the clearer his own impotence becomes. And the only way out is to abandon this world, to seek salvation by retreating into oneself, to try to save at least one's own wretched existence in the general catastrophe. Such an opinion of society and man leaves no room for the concept of progress. It is deleted from textbooks and encyclopedias and is proclaimed an optimistic illusion contrary to scientific facts and mankind's historical experience. As the French philosopher Michel de Montaigne has said, when hailstones fall on a man's head, he thinks the whole hemisphere is lashed by thunderstorm and tempest. Something of the sort is happening to many Western sociologists. Sensing the instability of capitalist society, which is clearly on the decline, they are trying to doubt the very idea of history's onward march. On the whole, there are three basic views on the problem of progress characteristic of the modern sociological trends that are the most widespread in the capitalist countries. 1. Complete negation of social progress, especially by stressing the antagonistic nature of the historical process and absolutizing the specific regressive processes of present-day capitalism. 2. The thesis that it is in principle impossible objectively, truthfully and scientifically to solve the problem of social progress and its criteria, a thesis whose gnoseological basis is absolutization of the relativity of historical knowledge. 3. Interpretation of social progress as an unlimited possibility of improving society within the framework of contemporary capitalism. The first of these lines manifests itself most graphically in diverse latter-day versions of the theory of historical cycle. The idea of historical cycle in itself is not new in the history of social thought. Italian philosopher Giovanni Battista Vico affirmed back in the 18th century that every nation passes through three stages in its development: the divine mankind's childhood, the heroic mankind's youth, and the human mankind's maturity. In Vico's theory, the idea of cycles was the first step towards understanding the laws of social development, an attempt to find in the endless stream of historical phenomena a certain degree of order and definite recurrency. Utterly different are the contemporary cyclic theories of social development, which are designed to prove the impossibility of social progress and try to pass off the crisis of capitalist civilization for the crisis of civilization in general, and each forward step made by mankind for a step bringing it closer to its doom. Thus, from the point of view of Oswald Spengler, a reactionary German philosopher whose book Untergang des Abendlands scored a sensational hit with the bourgeois intelligentsia and petty bourgeoisie after the First World War, history is not a single process but a simple coexistence of cultures, each of them absolutely unique, original, and exclusive. Each culture passes through strictly definite stages of development, which not only have the same 322 tent but even the same duration. Just as the metamorphosis of insect in each given instance lasts a definite number of predetermined days, he says, so does each culture, each of its initial stages, each rise and fall, each of its essential phases have a definite duration of recurrence that is always the same and always symbolic. 1. This recurrence of cycles and cultures discloses no succession, to say nothing of the law of progress. What is more, Western civilization is doomed, according to Spengler, and this, in his opinion, means the doom of civilization in general. Arnold Toynbee, a well-known British contemporary historian and sociologist, preaches something similar, though in a more subtle and flexible form, in his 12-volume work A Study of History. His history of mankind is divided into a number of local civilizations, each of which passes through the same stages: genesis, growth, breakdown, and disintegration. Analyzing each civilization as a self-contained exclusive whole and regarding the links between civilizations as secondary, Toynbee in principle does not negate progress in history. Just like a wheel which revolves monotonously and thus sets the cart in motion, he says, the cyclic movement of civilizations reveals certain progress in a definite direction. There is progress, he affirms, but only in the sense that people are gradually accustoming themselves to God. In short, the theoretical invalidity of the picture of universal history, drawn by the cyclic theory of social development, consists in the absolutization of special and even separate processes and phenomena in history and in the neglect of processes which are of general and decisive importance in world history. The second line is relativistic criticism of the idea of progress and is primarily linked with positivist philosophy. In 1923, an American sociologist, William W. Ogburn, introduced the concept social change, which soon became widely popular. In one of the main theoretical reports delivered at the Third World Congress of Sociology, which was held in 1956 and was especially dedicated to social changes, a well-known West German sociologist, Leopold von Wiese, eulogized the social change category because it presupposed the more cautious and skeptical evaluation of the vital and social variations in human life and of the difference between the generations. Contemporary sociology, he said, tends to refrain from any judgment as to better or worse, and to determine merely alternation or change. 1. The concept change, echoes American sociologist Harry E. Barnes, is more definite and precise than the concept progress because it does not contain any evaluating factor and permits factual verification. The question of whether a given number of changes are progressive or regressive, Barnes says, always leads to a dispute concerning the criterion of the corresponding evaluation, while the concept change does not require it. These ideas are widespread in Western historiography too. The French historian Maurice Crouzet says that it is impossible to compare different civilizations and to speak of progress, laws of development, etc. The task of historical science, to his mind, is to describe and explain and not to judge by comparing historical reality with some type of ideal civilization. 2. Propounding historism. Many Western historians residentially object to regarding the past American Samoa an indispensable stage in the preparation of the present and declare the idea of progress subjective and scientifically groundless. Each epoch, in their view, is something individual, unique, permitting no comparison with other epochs. Negation of progress with the aid of the social change concept is theoretically untenable because its exponents concentrate attention solely on the relative nature of ideas and conceptions about social progress. They ignore the existence of objectively stable 324 and progressive tendencies in human history which are decisive for social development. The momentous successes in the spheres of scientific, technological, socio-economic, political, and cultural development in the USSR and in the countries of the socialist system as a whole, and the obvious headway made of late by the young developing countries which emerged victorious from the national liberation struggle, strikingly disprove the socially pessimistic and skeptical views of the prospects of world development. It is this fact that is responsible for the appearance of certain new tendencies in illuminating the problems of social advancement in the social philosophy of the present-day West. The ideas of development and progress, as the British sociologist Maurice Ginsburg, one of the best-known Western specialists in the problem of progress, was compelled to admit, are indeed now coming into prominence again as a result of the social transformations due to the tremendous advances in technology and the socialist revolutions of our time. The spread of these movements to the Asian and African worlds has intensified interest in comparative studies and has raised afresh the problem of levels of development. 1. In this situation, another, third line in the treatment of the problem of social progress has appeared in the West. The imperative need of creating a sociological conception which would recognize historical progress in principle, and, at the same time, proclaim the boundless possibilities of capitalist progress has been embodied fully, and in a manner adequately suiting state monopoly capitalism, in the so-called theory of the stages of economic growth elaborated by Walt W. Rostow. This theory is closely intertwined with such widespread contemporary Western socio-political concepts as welfare state, income balance, democratization of capital and other ideological theories advertising the bourgeois system. Rostow's theory, outlined chiefly in his book The Stages of Economic Growth, a Non-Communist Manifesto, as 325, well as in other works and public statements, was advanced to the fore of contemporary bourgeois sociology at the Fifth World Congress of Sociology in Washington in 1962. The main theoretical error of Rostow's theory lies in the fact that his stages of growth cover chiefly diverse technical and economic indices, while the socio-economic structure and relations of production, which determine the essence of every society, are practically ignored. There is no analysis in his theory of the class content of social development and the role played by social revolutions as turning points in transition from old society to a new, more progressive one. In his classification of the stages of society's progressive development, Rostow does not keep to one principle. His scheme suffers from eclecticism and lack of inner logic and consistency. While the first four stages cover mainly technological, economic, and scientific indices, the fifth, the highest stage, the epoch of high mass consumption, covers the peculiarities of consumption and services, and the suggested sixth stage is linked with the number of children in a family. Here, the definite simple criterion of social progress in fact disappears. Rostow's interpretation of communism as a more or less fortuitous disease of transitional society, which will inevitably be overcome in the highest stage, the stage of high mass consumption, is highly typical of a bourgeois ideologist. Communism, he asserts, does not fit into society's normal state and movement. Capitalism, on the other hand, notably in the United States, is proclaimed a society which has allegedly reached the peak of historical progress, the epoch of high mass consumption, and a model to be followed by all the peoples and states of the world. The grounds for this claim are the high level of production and especially average per capita consumption of such goods as automobiles, refrigerators, television sets, washing machines, etc. Rostow and the other champions of American progress, as an example for all to follow, completely ignore the fact that it is in the United States that the rule of capitalist monopolies, with all its profoundly reactionary 326 consequences, is most firmly established. For it is the United States that is the might, the fire and the sword behind all the most reactionary political regimes, the main source of the threat of a world nuclear rocket war, a land of mass unemployment and rampant racial discrimination, where organized crime has reached unprecedented proportions and all sorts of social diseases affecting individuals are extremely widespread. As for the claim about U.S. prosperity, even President Johnson belied it when he declared that poverty and deprivation were still one of the most acute problems facing the United States. A book edited by Leon Kaiserling, a prominent American economist, reveals that 2/5 of the U.S. population, 77 million people, suffer from poverty and privations, and only 7% are relatively well off. This picture of social progress with all its contradictions and antagonisms is typical of the capitalist system. 3. New type of social progress. More than a century ago, Marx wrote that the bourgeois period of history has to create the material basis of the new world. On the one hand, the universal intercourse founded upon the mutual dependency of mankind and the means of that intercourse; on the other hand, the development of the productive powers of man and the transformation of material production into a scientific domination of natural agencies. Bourgeois industry and commerce create these material conditions of a new world in the same way as geological revolutions have created the surface of the earth. When a great social revolution shall have mastered the results of the bourgeois epoch, then only will human progress cease to resemble that hideous pagan idol, who would not drink nectar but from the skulls of the slain. This means that the victory of socialist revolution and establishment of communist formation give rise to a new type of social progress. 327. In analyzing the question of communist progress, it should be borne in mind that the communist socio-economic formation itself goes through two stages of development: socialism and communism proper. In principle, the distinctive features of the new communist type of social progress, the highest in history, are already manifest under socialism, inasmuch as it is based on the social ownership of the means of production, precludes exploitation of man by man and social antagonisms, and creates the necessary conditions for the planned development of the economy, swift development of the productive forces and steady growth of labor productivity, and great freedom and social justice for man. For all working people. Historically, all this has been proved by the mighty progressive development of socialist countries. At the same time, in socialist conditions, the concrete content and forms of progress are naturally influenced by the fact that the new formation is not yet fully mature economically, socially, and spiritually. But all these distinctive features and difficulties of onward development under socialism, on which contemporary bourgeois ideologists often base their speculations, cannot refute the indisputable fact that under socialism human progress loses its antagonistic and contradictory nature and becomes humane in essence because it is promoted in the interests of all working masses and peoples. The humane nature of socialist progress stands out with the utmost clarity in the light of the 50 years' experience of the existence and development of the new society in the USSR. Abolition of all exploiting classes, industrialization, collectivization, the Cultural Revolution and the creation and consolidation of socialist democracy and statehood are all the chief and closely related milestones of the progressive development of socialist society, which is taking place in the interests of broad working masses. This development, based on the accelerated growth of the productive forces, has produced a radical change in social relations and fostered the social and moral political unity of all social and national groups of Soviet society. All these 328 links of the revolutionary remaking of society were not an aim in itself, they occasioned fundamental changes in the condition of the working people, eradication of capitalist oppression, exploitation, social and national antagonisms and unemployment. A genuinely democratic society has appeared, and favorable conditions for the all-round development of the individual have been created. People's life became incomparably happier. The average lifespan in the world's first socialist state increased from 32 years to 70 years. The new type of social progress which is embodied in socialism and communism, reflects all the determining features of the mode of production typical of this society, its basis and superstructure. Under socialism and communism the rates of social progress are incomparably higher than in an antagonistic society. The communist formation is more than just a higher social organism than capitalism. It means the end of mankind's prehistory, a leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom and, consequently, it means the appearance of a qualitatively new, higher type of social progress. The establishment and development of the new, communist social formation substantially changes the basic content of social progress. In capitalist society, the development of production is merely an aim in itself, and man is only a means of this development. Therefore progress in the decisive, economic sphere there is attended by the growing alienation and self-alienation of the individual in diverse manifestations and is consequently anti-humane in character. Under communism, on the contrary, society comes to a point when, as Marx had foreseen, the development of the social individual is the main basis of production and wealth. 1. The main content of social progress in a communist socio-economic formation, its essence, which manifests itself with the maturity of communist society, is the free, that is, unrestricted by any forces alien to the social man, all-round and unbounded development of the individual. 329. And, consequently, the development of society's main and universal productive force. The CPSU program describes the goals and essence of progress in communist society in the most lucid and simple terms. Communism accomplishes the historic mission of delivering all men from social inequality, from every form of oppression and exploitation, from the horrors of war, and proclaims peace, labor, freedom, equality, fraternity, and happiness for all peoples of the earth. Progress in a communist formation differs from that of exploiting formations by a range of concrete traits and features. Let us enumerate the main ones. In the preceding formations, progress had an antagonistic character and was fostered directly in the interest of the ruling classes and definite groups of the population at the cost of great suffering of the masses. Progress in a communist formation is absolutely different in character, and onward development is promoted directly and solely in the interest of the whole of society, of all its groups and members for the sake and benefit of all people and each person taken separately. In general, this line of progressive development reveals itself as a basic law in the very first phase of communist society under socialism. In the preceding formations, progress was profoundly uneven and disproportionate. The rapid development of some sides of social life was accompanied by the substantial lag, stagnation, and even relative regression of others. In a communist formation, progress is accomplished in all the spheres of social and private life, and is on the whole all-round and harmonious. Progress in one sphere actively promotes progress in another. The material, technical and socio-economic progress actively stimulates cultural progress, while the rise in the level of ideological education helps to create the material and technical basis of communism, form communist social relations and mold a new man. Under communism, harmonious relations between the individual and society are asserted on the basis of the unity of social and personal interests. In the past epochs, the progress of some countries, societies and geographical regions was usually accomplished 330 at the expense of exploiting others and retarding their development. In the communist epoch, the progress of some countries, republics, and geographical regions actively promotes progress in others on the basis of all-round mutual assistance, comradely cooperation and rational division of labor. This accelerates the development of the lagging countries and regions and leads to the general evening out of their levels of development. Progress in a communist formation, unlike that in exploiting society, is all-embracing. It is the only type of progress destined to become truly universal, in the sense that sooner or later it will draw all countries and all peoples into its orbit and will ultimately rule supreme throughout the world. Prior to the epoch of socialist revolution, economic progress in the main lacked conscious guidance and was, as a rule, unplanned and spontaneous. Following the victory of socialist relations, progress develops more and more on the basis of people's conscious and purposeful guidance of their own social being, in an increasingly planned manner, on the basis of social planning and prognostication for longer periods and growing accuracy. Lenin wrote in this connection, "We have now acquired an opportunity which rarely occurs in history of ascertaining the period necessary for bringing about radical social changes. We now see clearly what can be done in live years and what requires much more time." 1. Society's development is guided more and more directly by the masses led by the Marxist-Leninist Party. In the first phase of communism, the masses administer society mainly through the socialist state and the special machine of public authority, which is called upon to express the state will of the working people and is controlled by them. Under full communism, the masses will administer society directly inasmuch as the state as such will wither away and the necessary functions will be exercised within the framework of social self-government by all the members of society. In the preceding epoch there could be no progress. 331. Without bitter class struggle and social revolutions in which the broad masses expended a vast amount of energy and strength and lost a great many lives on the indispensable destructive activity linked with the abolition of the obsolete system. In the communist formation, the need for class struggle or social revolutions to solve the internal contradictions of onward development disappears once and for all. The negation of the old, which is an important factor in the development and solution of contradictions, remains but radically alters its character and becomes non-antagonistic. This non-antagonistic negation testifies to the unparalleled depth and all-embracing character of social progress, inasmuch as the entire energy of the people and all the values go to further positive, creative, and not destructive aims. In class antagonistic formations, society's general progressive development was invariably interrupted by lengthy periods of regress and cyclic movement as a result of counter-revolutions, wars of aggrandizement and diverse crises which inevitably break out in the final phase of existence of any exploiting formation. A feature of progress in a communist formation is its uninterrupted character. Crises, recessions, and periods of regress are objectively alien to progress in a society delivered from exploitation. True, in the lower phase of the communist formation under socialism there are periods when social progress is retarded. But, they are due to the influence exerted by forces that are foreign to socialism and by the survivals of the past and are of temporary, transient nature and are eliminated by the internal forces of socialist society in its uninterrupted progressive development. Being gradual in character, progress in a communist formation is at the same time distinguished for its unprecedentedly fast rates. The development of the formations preceding communism was restricted to certain bounds, and on reaching them progressive development within these formations exhausted itself. Social ownership of the means of production in the conditions of highly developed economy and all-round development of social man himself, opens bound. 332. Less prospects for the growth of productive forces and the comprehensive development of society's material and spiritual life. This is the objective basis of the most important feature of communist progress, its inexhaustibility and boundlessness. The end of class society is also the end of man's prehistory and the beginning of his real history. A man freed from all social oppression, from the subjugating influence of the old division of labor, will develop his abilities and gifts to the full. The entire development of human society will be tremendously accelerated. Steadily taming the elements, society will also fully master the laws of its own development and its intricate and multiform social relations. Communism completely emancipates society from the historical narrow-mindedness typical of the preceding formations, and opens boundless vistas for human progress. ******. The scientific theory of society, historical materialism, discloses the fundamental nature of social relations, reveals the objective laws of social development and the role played by different social factors in the lives of people, indicates the actual place and role of man in the social process, in the struggle of different social and class forces, and thoroughly substantiates the inevitability of the victory of socialism and communism. In this lies the great, everlasting significance of historical materialism.